Your Excellencies, distinguished guests, ladies and gentlemen, a very good morning to you. Hey, we are in Kampala. Good morning to you. And a very warm welcome to the 13th meeting of the Malabo Montpellier Forum. I am Naibu Take, Director of Communication and Outreach for Academia 2063, and honored and delighted to welcome you today. Before we kick off, can we warm up the room with a thunderous round of applause for everyone here present? And we need a second round of applause for our stakeholders joining us online. It's 6:30 a.m. in Dakar. It's 7:30 in Rabat. We need to recognize those who are up early to join us. So another round of applause for them, please. So today we are here to launch the 13th report published by the esteemed experts who are part of the Malabo Montpellier Panel. And this report is themed Youth Ahead, Policy Innovations to Create Opportunities for Young People in Africa's Agri-Food Systems. And we are so honored to have a rich lineup of high-level speakers here in person and online to debate the findings and the recommendations from the Malabo Montpellier Panel of experts. Without wasting any more time, we are going to move on to part one of this session, the opening remarks. And to facilitate this, it is my honor to hand over to the chair. So we are waiting for the chair of the session, who is the State Minister for Fisheries here in Uganda. We have, while waiting for the minister, we'll recognize the co-chairs of the Malabo Montpellier Forum here present. We have His Excellency Haile Mariam Desalegn, former Prime Minister of Ethiopia, who is joining us here in person. We have Her Excellency Assia Ben Salah Alawi, Ambassador at Large to His Majesty the King of Morocco, who is equally co-chair of the Malabo Montpellier Forum and who will be joining us online as well. She's right here with us online. You can see her on the screen. A round of applause for her.
Morning.
And of course, we have the co-chairs of the Malabo Montpellier Panel, Dr. Usman Bajan and Professor Joachim von Braun. And of course, we warmly welcome all stakeholders here present and the members of the Malabo Montpellier Panel, whom you'll be meeting in the course of the event. Without further ado, I will now invite the chair of this opening session, State Minister for Fisheries, Uganda, Honorable Helen Adowa.
I want to welcome all of you to Kampala, Uganda, the Pearl of Africa, with very good weather, and I'm sure you are enjoying this weather. My duty now is to welcome Dr. Osman to give us his remarks, and after I welcome another person. Please, Doctor, welcome.
Thank you very much. It's a pleasure and an honor to be here. Thank you for gracing us with your presence, and thank you to our colleagues from the Ugandan side who are here with us. I also would like to welcome and recognize our two co-chairs of the forum, Ambassador Assia Ben Salah Alawi from Morocco. We are honored to have you with us. I'd also would like to welcome His Excellency Prime Minister Haile Mariam Desalegn. Thank you, sir, for taking the time to join us as well. I would like to welcome and greet and recognize Ambassador Joseph Asako, or her representative in this meeting, and my colleague Joachim von Braun, co-chair of the Malabo Montpellier Panel. This session here is the 13th edition of the Malabo Montpellier Forum. The work of the forum is to bring on the table the findings of the Malabo Montpellier report, a report which has a very clear but also very focused and important objective. Is that over the last 20 years, there has been quite a lot of progress across Africa. We do have a long road to go. The travel is just starting. But we do think collectively that looking at all the different things happening across the continent, one way of speeding up that progress and sustaining it is to learn from the positive change, from the progress on the ground, so that it can be replicated, it can be imitated, it can be scaled up. So the work of the Malabo Montpellier Panel is to always select a very strategic area of development, like this time around, agri-food system development and youth employment, and try and learn where is Africa making progress in this area, and what is the critical role of government in making that progress possible. And we deliberately focus on government actions because that's what other governments can emulate, can copy, and scale up. So the three things we look at in every report are the institutional innovations that governments have undertaken, the policy reforms that they have undertaken, the programmatic intervention that they have carried out that allowed them to position their country to make that much progress. And we try and document it through case studies based on a very rigorous methodology to select the top-ranking countries and to do that. And here we are talking about a very important topic, and that's my last statement here. We have two major developments across Africa. Rapidly transforming agri-food systems and sustained growth in agriculture, which create a huge potential for us. At the same time, we don't only have a young population, but also a growing population. So you have two streams that are merging forward. We want to bring them together, how well we can connect them. Agri-food system growing, creating opportunities for employment, and youth going into the labor market being equipped to be able to take advantage of those opportunities. That's what this report is about. So we are happy and pleased to see it coming together. And this is the time to say thank you to the MAMO team around Dr. Aisha, who is here, and Dr. What am I saying now? Serafin, who is also here, and others who are not here to join us here today. So thank you to you, and Madam Chair, Honorable Minister, that would be my statement, and over to you. Thank you.
Let's thank Doctor for these wonderful remarks, especially when we touch about youth employment and agri-food forums that are already yielding results. I want to thank you, Doctor, so much. And now it is my honor to welcome the representative of His Excellency, the Ambassador, Josefa, to give us remarks. Is the representative here or not yet?
Good morning, Excellency. Can I proceed?
Please go on. Welcome.
Oh, thank you. Yes. Ambassador Sako very much wanted to be with us here to launch this extremely important report. Unfortunately, this week is the AU summit and the Executive Council is on. Hence, she implored me to please read her statement on her behalf. That's what I will proceed to do now. Your Excellency, Haile Mariam Desalegn, former Prime Minister of the Federal Democratic Republic of Ethiopia, Your Excellency, the State Minister of Fisheries of the Republic of Uganda, Professor Von Braun, Dr. Osman Badien, members of the Montpellier Panel, honorable ministers and senior representatives of African countries present here today, representatives of the African Union, representatives of development partner organizations, ladies and gentlemen, all protocols duly observed. I welcome you all to this very important forum meeting, launching the Montpellier Malabo Panel 13th report on a very topical issue, youth in agri-food system. The panel is composed of world-renowned scientists who are experts in the field of agriculture, ecology, nutrition, public health, and global development. You may recall, Excellencies, that the Malabo Declaration, adopted by 54 African governments in 2014, commits signatory countries to halve the number of people in poverty by 2025 through inclusive agricultural growth that creates job opportunities for young people and women. Africa has indeed progressively increased its agricultural productivity over the past decades. With increased agricultural production, Africa needs to accelerate its transition from mainly producing and exporting raw materials and importing processed foods to establishing a thriving and competitive agro-processing sector that delivers on the African Union's Agenda 2063 targets of economic growth, wealth generation, and employment. The agro-processing sector, therefore, provides numerous opportunities for youth employment and entrepreneurship. To fully benefit from agro-processing, efforts by African government to invest in modern technologies and the proper infrastructure requires to make it a thriving sector needs to be intensified. Importantly, tariffs and non-tariff barriers need to be removed. In the conference on land policy in Africa held by the African Union in November last year in Addis Ababa, we called for African countries to develop inclusive land reforms and land tenure rights, particularly for youth and women. This would promote sustainable land governance in Africa for accelerated African continental free trade implementation. The Malabo Montpellier Panel convenes decision makers to assess strategies for meeting global agricultural and food security goals. It guides policy choices that accelerate progress towards food security and improved nutrition in Africa. The panel's 13th report, to be launched today, addresses a very pertinent issue, which is very germane to Africa. It highlights areas of progress, presents opportunities for replication, and scaling up of successful intervention, and is also identifies possible entry points for youth in generating income in agri-food systems. I welcome you all once again to this forum to dialogue and share knowledge on youth empowerment in agri-food systems, especially successful lessons that can be replicated. Thank you for your attention. Thank you. Good morning, everyone.
Oh, thank you so much. And thank you for joining us, even online. I would like now to give you my remarks. And then after that, we shall go ahead and maybe give the person assigned to give thanks, and we launch Malabo Montpellier Panel report. I would like to welcome all of you, Your Excellencies. The Malabo Montpellier Panel co-chairs, Malabo Montpellier Forum co-chairs, members of the Malabo Montpellier Panel, ladies and gentlemen, protocol duly observed. I bring you greetings from my minister, who would have loved to be here, but because of other duties, he was unable to come. Once more, I want to welcome you to the Pearl of Africa, Kampala, Uganda. It is my pleasure to be part of this 13th Malabo Montpellier Forum, where we have gathered today to share and exchange on findings of the latest report of Malabo Montpellier Panel on policy innovations to create opportunities for young people in Africa's agri-food systems. Africa's population mainly is for the youth, who are also faced with high employment. Although the agri-food system provides numerous opportunities to generate income across the value chain, many youth cannot tap the opportunities, partly because they lack the necessary knowledge and skills, perceived agriculture as labor-intensive and unattractive to the youth, and also due to volatile political and economic circumstances, access to land and financial muscle, most youth and women cannot be able to manage, especially at the rural areas. African governments therefore need to provide practical actions for enabling environment that can support and facilitate the youth and women to create and take opportunities and get employed or employment in agri-food systems. To support government's effort with the evidence-based and practical recommendations, the Malabo Montpellier Panel prepared a report on successful and effective approaches to providing young people with opportunities in agri-food systems. The report highlights areas of progress, presents opportunities for replication and scaling up successful interventions and possible entry points for the youth in generating income in agri-food systems. As we gather here today in the forum, we shall be launching the report that was prepared by the Malabo Montpellier Panel of leading African and international experts in agriculture, ecology, nutrition, and food security. I am specifically happy that Uganda is one of the countries where case studies on policy innovations to create opportunities to young people in Africa was undertaken. And also, I am so happy the findings reveal that there has been significant progress in empowering youth in agri-food systems. Lastly, I want to thank the team from Malabo Montpellier Panel and the Academia 2063 for this great initiative and efforts geared towards supporting African youth in transforming youth in agri-food systems. I want to thank you and welcome you once more. And be free even after this meeting. Enjoy Uganda and make sure that you go to other parts of the country. I thank you. Now, I want us to prepare to launch this and give the organizers to help us in which way should we stand, should we... I would like now to invite Her Excellency Rhoda Peace Tumusume, former Commissioner for Rural Economy and Agriculture, African Union Commission to officially launch the 13th Malabo Montpellier Panel report under the theme Youth Ahead, Policy Innovations to Create Opportunities for Young People in Africa's Agri-Food Systems. I welcome you. My sister, and she was formerly in the Ministry of Agriculture. I learned this morning, I was so impressed, and I don't know when, but they prepared the way for us who are there now. Welcome, my sister.
Thank you. And thank you for your opening remarks. The co-chairs, I recognize you. Wish to people around. And as a Ugandan, I should join my honorable minister welcoming each and every one of you here. And I should say that Uganda, we are very proud because, first of all, we are hosting this important meeting, Malabo Montpellier Panel. And at the same time, we are also part of the few countries which were analyzed. And the Honorable Minister, I should make you proud that your efforts in agribusiness as a country has been recognized on the continent, as you'll see later. Now, I quickly go into the launch of this report by, first of all, taking you through the report. You'll see the introduction as per the report written for those who have read it. Then you also see the challenges which the youth have faced. Then the solutions, opportunities. Then, and very importantly, the experience from 4 African countries which have been selected. And I'll take you through the methodology which we used and the key findings of the analysis and recommendations. I have been given 30 minutes. The report is huge. Let me try and be as fast as possible and see how we can be able to get this important report, which I trust all of you have read. Those who haven't read, I hope you'll be able to get at least the gist of the report. Now, approximately 10 years ago, the Malabo Montpellier Panel published a report on entrepreneurship in Africa's agriculture sector. This report stressed the opportunities that are awaiting Africa's young people in the agri-food sector, and which delved into the actions that the government must take to help small agribusiness grow and prosper. Now, with the sense of urgency, we now revisit the status of young people in Africa's agri-food systems, propose further actions, put youth at the center of food systems transformation, and reflect on policy opportunities for the way forward. This report also captures and reflects the voices and contributions from African youth which participated, those who participated in a virtual youth survey by the Malabo Montpellier Panel. That was from November 16th, 2023, February 5th, 2024, and a youth forum hosted by the panel on 6th December 2023. As we are here now, we, the Malabo Montpellier Panel, are launching our latest report. And this report is titled Youth Ahead, Policy Innovations to Create Opportunities for Young People in Africa's Agri-Food System. I will speak about the challenges that hinder youth engagement in the agri-food system and what solutions we have been proposed. What solutions have been proposed for young people in Africa's agri-food, and also the outcomes, the survey, and youth forum. This will be followed by the experiences from the 4 selected countries. And you will see also how these countries were selected. The recommendations from the youth forum, survey, and the MAMO report. Now, the introduction is that Africa has the youngest population. I'm sure you can see the slides there. And the median age in Africa is about 18 years. Unfortunately, more than 70% of Africa's youth live on less than $, just $2 per day. Can you imagine that? Now, nearly 11 million young people join the African labor market annually, and yet only 3.7 million jobs are created per year. This is the situation. Thus, many African youth are facing unemployment. And at the moment, about 16 million is set to rise. Since by 2021, since 2100, Africa's youth population is expected to grow by 181%. 181%? Yes. Whew. It is a worrying situation. Now, when we dig further, Africa's agri-food systems hold significant promise for improving youth employment and livelihood. And so the food systems are projected to add more than many jobs by 2025. And this is partly due to the growing urban population and middle class demand for more varied, nutritious, processed, ready-to-cook food and ready-to-eat foods. So this is a very, very big potential for our young people. There will be increased demand for these foods, and these will definitely generate jobs and entrepreneurial opportunities for young people in agri-food systems and the value chains. But yet, as you know, our young people are not sufficiently pursuing employment opportunities in this sector, it's not attractive. The agri-food sector is not attractive to young people. So the Malabo Montpellier Panel has identified challenges the youth face, and these they hinder their employment in agri-food systems. Similarly, outcomes of the youth survey and forum, which was participated in by the youth, these two revealed these challenges. The percentages displayed here were obtained from the survey, while you are seeing them. And the challenges include limited access to modern tools, technologies, and machinery. These we are not the ones who did them, but the youth people, the young people are the ones who identified them. Lack of youth-friendly loans and financial services, or infrastructure, which include transport, energy, internet connectivity, etc. And the lack of limited favorable policies, they said, for youth in agri-food systems, the created governments, then limited access to agricultural inputs across agri value chain. Many youth also lack data, they indicated. And this is vital to make decisions in business across the agri-food chain. There is a widespread lack of training in digital and entrepreneurship skills, and lack of agricultural outputs, processes, or trade and access to markets. And as you see the figures, nearly 70% of the respondents agreed that there is still a negative perception about the agri-food sector. So that means there is need for making it attractive. Again, the Youth Forum and survey revealed a need for training in modern agricultural techniques and processing methods. Other challenges which they mentioned in the forum include the mismatch between qualifications and skills that young people across Africa offer, and what the African labor market needs. And this is very critical. Then secondly, that the youth also face issues related to climate change and environmental degradation, social and cultural factors, and rural-urban migration. These are just a few of them, but they raise. As we were moving forward, we asked them a question about the solutions to advance youth engagement in Africa's agri-food systems. And when you look at that circle, we asked the youth whether they think there are opportunities for them in the agri-food systems. The majority of the youth survey responded around 80%. They agreed that the agri-food sector offers opportunities for youth. So they know. And this suggests that there is a widespread belief in the potential of the sector to provide meaningful avenues for youth employment and entrepreneurship and engagement. Then, the relatively low percentage of the respondents who disagree or express neutrality also indicates a generally favorable outlook on the sector's capacity to empower and benefit young people. And as shown in the Malabo Montpellier Panel, the youth survey revealed that most youth were engaged in the production segment in the agri-food system value chain. So there are numerous profitable opportunities for youth employment during harvest and post-harvest. For example, cleaning, storage, processing, grading, packaging, transportation, marketing, and trade. Africa's food processing sector is rapidly modernizing and transforming, and in fact, a lot of work is going on, as you can see. We also noted, the report also noted that Africa's agri-food systems, in particular, the food processing sector, as you see on the board, on the screen, is rapidly modernizing and transforming. This is I have repeated it. Food processing has the potential to become an important source of employment generation for young people, as it offers the use of novel digital technologies and tools innovation and higher incomes. And yet, significantly fewer young people are involved in food processing. Our youth survey also revealed that 14% of the respondents were involved in food processing. And that is a very small percentage, you can see. So little investment is needed to conduct food trade, especially informally. Food trade provides an opportunity for youth to create jobs for themselves in agribusiness and improve socio-economic development. Various ICTs can transform agricultural markets. Investments in agro-processing and the strengthened forward links to marketing and trade and backward links, production that result to these value chains will become a core employment generating sector in agri-food systems. Now on this window, you'll see the youth voices. During the youth forum, the youth mentioned these as some of other opportunities and solutions to empower them in agri-food systems. That is agripreneurship, technology and innovation, access to finance, market linkages and value chain integration. And these involve connecting with markets, processors, and retailers to ensure a steady income. They also mention education training programs, and these include training programs in modern farming techniques, climate smart practices, processing, ICT, and business management. Then they also raised access to land and agri-business incubators, and these ones help to overcome the initial entry barriers and provide support. Then they mentioned organic farming and sustainable agriculture, then agro-tourism, and this one, because it combines agriculture with tourism, which can create unique opportunities such as farm stays, tours, and agricultural experiences, attract visitors interested in farming practices and rural life. In fact, this one is already being promoted, I know, in Uganda, and I hope elsewhere. Then they also raised the issue of policy advocacy and leadership roles. And this one, engaging in policy advocacy and leadership roles can allow young people to influence agricultural policies and contribute shaping the sector's future. So they want to be involved in policy-making processes. Now, on skills development and upgrading, however, these opportunities can only be realized if proper investments are made in upgrading education systems and developing sound vocational and business management training for young people in engagement across agri-food systems in roles which range from research and development to production and consumption, of course, sustainably. Then, continuing on skills and development and upgrading, there is an urgent need to upgrade current formal education systems. Then African youth must also provide with skills that will enable them to lead in the development and application of emerging digital technologies, automation, and robotics, create innovative businesses that solve problems along agri-food value chains. Now, from the screen, as you can see, we are looking at experiences from 4 African countries and the methodology which we used. The methodology of this study sought to identify African countries that show the most progress towards enabling young people's economic empowerment across agri-food systems. This one is, I think, the most important part. The overall premise of the case studies is to generate evidence that would enable other countries in Africa to better foster youth empowerment that would lead sustainable and more resilient food systems outcomes and sustainable food systems as avenue for further empowerment. So a 3-step approach was taken using the 3 data variables to select the country case studies. 1, educated youth, that is the percentage of employed youths with intermediate or advanced education. Then 2, youth in agriculture employment, percentage of youth employed in agriculture among employed youths. Then 3, the APIs per capita growth, that's percentage growth in agriculture production index per capita. The indicators were compared to rank and select countries based on the performance. Countries that lacked data for all the 3 were not included in the analysis. Now let us look at step 1. Comparison of how countries ranked in the performance for the indicators, that is educated youth and youth in agriculture employment. I hope you can follow from the screen. Then comparison of how countries rank in their performance for the indicators educated youth and API per capita growth. So the high-ranking countries were selected. Countries that scored high in both step 1 and step 2 were selected for case study analysis. The process was, maybe I could go back and you look at it, though that I hope you can be able to follow the analysis. Those in red were selected. And the reason for that, they scored high in both education and the APIs. Now, countries that scored high in both 1 and 2, which were selected were Ghana, Uganda, Zambia, and Zimbabwe, as you saw in red. In Ghana, we are looking at the youth empowerment policies and programs. Initiatives such as the Youth Employment Agency Bill and the National Youth Policy were cited as examples of efforts to upskill and support youth to enter the agri-food systems. Then secondly, to meet the demand for a skilled workforce, the government focuses on the provision of free secondary and improved access, quality tertiary education, or specialized skills training such as ICT and entrepreneurship through implementation of the Education Strategic Plan, that is 2018-2030. Then also they have, as part of its plan to industrialize agriculture, increase food security and employment opportunities, and lower poverty rates, the country launched the Youth in Agriculture program, which deployed youth-focused initiatives to change the negative perception of farmers as educated and skilled laborers with low economic returns. There is a lot to learn, especially those who come from different countries. Now, for Uganda, in Uganda, we found very many of them, but we picked a few. The report picked a few. We found that the youth-focused institutions and programs in Uganda, such as the Presidential Zonal Industrial Hubs and the Uganda Industrial Research Institute Innovation Center and the Youth Livelihood Program, are providing young people with marketable skills in agri-foods processing and product development in ICT, agricultural mechanization, and entrepreneurship. Then also the agro-industrialization has increased access to and use of digital technologies, water, and mechanization in agriculture, increase agricultural research efforts, and reduce post-harvest losses. Then also the report found that there is further support in digital transformation. The government launched the Digital Skills Acceleration Program and the Digital Transformation Program, which aim to increase access and usage of ICT by vulnerable groups, including youth and small-scale farmers. Then now when we go to Zambia outcomes, financing youth skills and training and startups, they have also different initiatives as far as policy is concerned. The government set up the skills development levy to mobilize resources that can be invested in youth empowerment, notably in strengthening the infrastructure of technical and vocational training institutions. This one is very important because the young people want resources to invest after they have learned a skill. Through the technical education, vocational and entrepreneurship training authority, then the TVET bursary enables vulnerable youth to benefit from skills training, including courses in general agriculture, food and beverage production, automotive mechanics, engineering, electrical engineering, and computer studies. Then also they have a drive to increase youth employment. They established the Youth Development Fund, which has increased youth access of finance, support establishment of startups in agri-food systems and sectors. Now, for Zimbabwe, the government of Zimbabwe has strongly emphasized policies and reforms to economically empower the country's youth. It has also promoted initiatives aimed at youth mainstreaming in the national development agenda, such as creating youth desks within most government ministries, establishing Empower Bank, Empower Bank, improve youth access finance. This is very important. The National Youth Policy promotes also an integrated approach to the socio-economic empowerment of youth. Moreover, the technical vocational education and training policy adopted in 2023 aims to strengthen and streamline vocational education for youth to ensure that the content and skills delivered to them match the needs of Zimbabwe's labor market. That one also is extremely important. Now we move to recommendations from the youth survey. As I indicated, we had the youth survey, then also had a forum. These are some of the recommendations from the youth forum on what the government and private sector can do to increase youth income generation from the agri-food systems. I can just maybe brush through just one. One is better representation of youth in institutions. This one, 92% was captured from that one. Then increased funding for youth success skills was the second. The third was increased youth-focused training programs, 90%. They were all actually, these were the highly recommended points from the survey. There are some of the recommendations from youth on what government and private sector can do to increase the generation from the agri-food sector. Of course, there were more, but this is what we decided to capture. Now recommendations from the Youth Forum. The policies, for example, that enhance market access to youth, then integration of modern and sustainable agricultural techniques and skills training, informal education curricula, integrating climate-smart agriculture, practices into agricultural policies, then increased efforts in investing in Africa's rural infrastructure development. Now, here, this is the last slide on the report. And it focuses on the action agenda, because we need to look at now, so what? To meet the continental ambitions on food systems transformation and trade, it is essential that in addition to increased productivity in farming, regional food processing capacities and overall value chain competitiveness get strengthened. In particular, emphasis should be placed on the numerous income-generating opportunities for youth post-production, especially for food products that are high value and contribute to improved nutrition. And you saw in the report earlier on from the population which is poised to grow, high value and nutritious foods will be demanded, or even are beginning to be demanded. Then diversify education and training programs for youth entrepreneurship. This was raised, while tailor-made upskilling programs, enterprise-based training and entrepreneurship will address short-term gaps. Earnest efforts will be required to update, upgrade, and diversify sources of technical training. Only with such efforts will these skills development institutions be fit to buttress food systems that rapidly evolve through technological advances. As you see here, those are the main ones, and I believe, of course, there are more actions which can be tailored to each country, but with those we can move ahead with job creation for the young people, but also as we grow our economies. I thank you so much for the long presentation.
Thank you so much, and rounds of applause shows how happy we are. And at this juncture, I want to hand back to our moderator. Thank you so much.
Thank you, Madam Minister. Can we have another round of applause for our speakers from the opening session? We'll now move on to listen to reflections on the outcomes of the report. And this is the time when we hear from the co-chairs of the Malabo Montpellier Forum. It is my honor to invite His Excellency Haile Mariam Desalegn, former Prime Minister of Ethiopia and co-chair of the Malabo Montpellier Forum. Over to you, sir.
Yeah. Thank you. Thank you very much, moderator. State Minister, Honorable Helen Adoa, my co-chair, Ambassador Professor Asia Ben Salah Alewi, Professor Von Braun, Dr. Badiane, members of the Malabo Montpellier Panel, honorable ministers and senior representatives of the African countries present here today, representatives of the African Union, representatives of development partner organizations, ladies and gentlemen. I am pleased to reflect today on this important and urgent topic. I was delighted to see that the Malabo Montpellier Panel took the initiative to address youth in Africa's agri-food systems through its latest report. I truly commend the leadership of MAMO Panel in taking this pressing initiative boldly. I appreciate the methodology used to prepare the report, with best practices being codified and presented. Many young people face daunting challenge and sometimes frustration due to the huge unemployment in Africa, given the few jobs created compared to the number of youth entering Africa's labor market annually as presented. We need to urgently address the pressing situation to create more decent employment opportunities for Africa's youth across the agri-food value chain, as the sector has tremendous potential to do so. In Ethiopia, my own country, as in some other African countries, food systems have been projected to add more jobs in the coming years, and the Ethiopian government has put in place a number of policy prescriptions and concrete action points with appropriate institutional setups to deal with the situation. Some examples include, like, we do have we enacted national youth policy, establishing Ministry of Skills and Jobs, and we have TVET quality improvement program. We set up youth fund, constituting an equipment lease financing program, reclaimed land allocation for youth agri-food production, and allocating public land to graduates for high-value production like floriculture, horticulture, industrial inputs, and livestock production, and of course, rural connectivity and digital platforms and rural transport infrastructure improvement. Still, youth need to be adequately equipped with knowledge and skills and mindset required to create jobs and take on unemployment in the rapidly transforming agri-food systems, and that needs extension services and hand-holding support programs. That should also encompass mindset change movement. Moreover, the better access to finance, digital technology, land rights, improved infrastructure, and leadership positions, youth will be much more empowered to their benefit in terms of income generation and that of Africa due to their contribution to economic development and growth. During the presentation of the report by Her Excellency Rhoda Peace, outcomes from the Youth Forum and survey revealed that youth from all African regions demand the inclusion of youth representatives in all policy and decision-making platforms. This would support their successful employment or agripreneurship in the sector, contributing to the continent's development goals. Given the Malabo Montpellier Panel focuses on governance systems, how youth targeting policies and institutional innovations shape and contribute to in transforming our food systems, I look forward to the policy roundtable to hear from senior government representatives of several African countries amongst us today. The commitments to enhance young people's empowerment in agriculture and food systems need to be coherently brought together so that good intentions translate into tangible outcomes on the ground. Our problem mainly is that we do have good intentions in many cases and good policies, but they are all on the shelf, never been implemented, but not fully implemented. So I think that's where we have to focus. This would include allocating dedicated funding in government's budgets and affirmative policy measures to increase young people's resource access and asset buildings and holdings. Given that both food systems and youth empowerment cut across sectors, for example, food and agriculture, education, health, and finance, meaningful coordination across government and institutions, that is, governments as one, during policy formulation and design of program interventions is crucial for participation of youth and future generations in food systems in Africa. We must act with a sense of urgency. The goal is to have more young people facilitated to be in leadership positions at all levels of government and decision-making processes. Although some progress has been made to increase youth participation in agri-food systems, we must not stop our efforts until this becomes the norm and eliminates the current frustration and ease the tensions, which can potentially degenerate into instability in the entire political systems and the country at large. For that, affirmative policies, strong political will and action, and leadership are crucial to pinpoint and eliminate persistent barriers and challenges focusing on binding constraints. I look forward to hearing and learning from the achievements made on the continent from our leaders present here today. My hope is that the conversations today and the report by the Malabo Montpellier Panel will emphasize the urgency and elevate these discussions to a top policy priority for African leaders. And in this regard, the African Union has to take this agenda top at their agenda items. With that, I'd like to thank you for your kind attention, and God bless you all.
Thank you very much, Your Excellency, for those powerful remarks. And now joining us online, we will hear from co-chair of the Malabo Montpellier Forum, Her Excellency Assia Ben Salah Alawi, Ambassador at Large to the King of Morocco. Over to you, Your Excellency.
Thank you very much, Moderator Butaki. Good morning, ladies and gentlemen. Professor Von Braun, Dr. Badian Usman, members of the Malabo Montpellier Panel, Co-Chair Excellency Heidi Mariam Desalegn, Excellencies Ministers and senior representatives of African countries present here, representatives of African Union Commissioner, honorable representatives of Development Partner Organization, ladies and gentlemen, all protocols observed. We are here today to talk about the status of Youth Africa's agri-food systems and to propose actions to create more opportunities for them to the sector. We believe there is an urgent need for this conversation, and as co-chair of the Malabo Montpellier Forum, I'm pleased to see the launch of this very timely report for many reasons. Although the African's youth challenges have regularly been mentioned by the Malabo Montpellier Panel various reports, I'm happy to see the present one thoroughly dedicated to African youth, especially in relation with our main concern, the agri-food systems. We all know that Africa is the youngest continent globally. Approximately 60% of its population is 25 years old. But we are all as well aware of and concerned by the large spectrum of obstacles which prevents the demographic dividend from taking shape on the ground. In particular, Africa's youth, as rightly pointed out by fellow Forum co-chair, His Excellency Haile Mariam, continue to face unemployment, partly due to the lack of formal education and technical skills. Moreover, youth with formal education face underemployment due to the mismatch between their skills and African labor market's needs. In my country, Morocco, improvements in secondary school and tertiary institution enrollment have indeed been registered over the years. However, unemployment runs high among the youth with diploma, a real family and personal tragedy. If we think that the youth have been considered as the main drivers of our development new model by the year 2035. So according to a recent report by the OECD on agri-food jobs for youth in Egypt, Morocco, and Tunisia, many school-going young people still face challenges, resulting, unfortunately, in a very high dropout rates. Africa's agri-food systems hold significant promise for improving youth employment and livelihoods. It is therefore critical to equip young people with adequate education and skills to develop innovative agricultural technologies, which are also needed for the sustainable transformation of agri-food systems. This calls for increased enrollment of young people in STEM fields. The UN Food System Summit, held in 2021, marked a pivotal moment in how the world views our food and agricultural systems. We can no longer consider food and agriculture within farm production only, or separate from nutrition, health, and environmental outcomes. Youth must be seen as central actors and agents in the system, as this will be central to transforming Africa's agri-food systems and attaining the continent's job, growth, and health goals. The Malabo Montpellier Panel's report, as presented by Her Excellency Rhoda Pease, whom I thank, highlights some solutions to remove barriers to young people's empowerment, to enable them to create jobs or employment in the agri-food systems. With no surprise, but with real satisfaction as a former university professor, the lessons from the 4 cases studied show the importance of addressing the vital domain of education, significantly improving the access to and the quality of education, vocational training for specialized skills and entrepreneurship. Moreover, the focused youth integrated policies, strategies, institutions, and tools provide specific investment to youth and a comprehensive enabling environment, which is often lacking. They generate direct multiple benefits and coordinated services, avoiding to the youth the administration's hurdles, sparing their time and their limited means. The few titles below speak for themselves. Uganda Vision 2040, among which valuable and marketable skills are to be created for the youth-focused innovation hubs, the comprehensive agricultural transformation support in Zambia for direct coordinated benefits for the inexperienced youth in the central domain, while in Zimbabwe, Empower Bank for access to finance, the youth desk to mainstream youth economic empowerment across sectors, and last but not least, the Youth Employment Agency in Ghana, for instance. In that respect, allow me to note with some satisfaction the positive trend that could be perceived in the evolution among the numerous frameworks mentioned in the report towards more concrete action plans and evaluation tools and targets. I am thinking in particular of the CAADP Malabo Performance Indicator 4.3 on youth jobs in agriculture within the Comprehensive Africa Agriculture Development Program, which is directly relevant to our main domain and for which the head of states have set the target of 30% for agricultural job among the total. The last AU African Union Biennial Review carried out in 2022 revealed that half of the 34 countries reporting are on track, albeit rather modest if we take into account that figures represent
Ambassador Alawi, can you hear me? Could you unmute your mic, please? We lost you for a couple of seconds.
no how.
You're back.
I'm so sorry. I thought you did it anyway.
No worries, we can hear you now. Thank you. Please proceed.
Okay. I want just to repeat that the last African Union Biennial Review carried out in 2022 revealed that half of the 34 countries reporting are on track, albeit rather modest if we take into account that that figure means that only less than the third of African states are on track. This finding can trigger hope. It can entice, first, the non-reporting countries to do so, and second, it should encourage all African states to make more progress in that vital domain of jobs creation, and precisely to implement the numerous plans, strategies, and so forth, which have become shelf reports, as my co-chair highlighted. On another hand, we have seen progress at the tertiary level in Africa, where the share of female African STEM graduates has increased, attaining 47% in 2023. However, some STEM subjects are still male-dominated, as everyone knows. According to UNESCO, women are underrepresented in research and development institutions, making up only 32% of scientists of the total. This results in inequality in job opportunities. Empowered women play an equal role in our society, and it also makes economic sense, as reported by the panel and other publications. Implementing interventions that increase the number of young women in science, technology, engineering, and mathematics would close the significant gender gap in these fields in Africa. This gender gap can be reduced as well by establishing programs designed to spark girls' interest in STEM field from an early age. We urgently need to increase training for teachers on gender-sensitive instructions and how to engage girls in STEM through programs. This topic is particularly close to my heart as a mother. I would like to close by saying that we must put young people at the center of the transformation of the food system, as our former report insisted on putting women in the center of this transformation. We all play a very significant role in empowering young people to ensure sustainable food system transformations and food security in Africa. So I encourage you to listen, to reflect, and to step up. And congratulate the panel once again and its research team on another crucial policy report, and wish us all interesting deliberations today. I now look forward to hearing from our experts on the 5 thematic fireside chats. Thank you. Yes, it's over. What's happening? I can't hear you.
So now that we've heard from the forum co-chairs, whom we recognize again, we are going to move on to the thematic fireside chats. And this time around, we will hear from different experts from various fields. I would just like to point out to the moderator of this session that we would need to adjust to around 40 minutes or less due to time constraints. With that, it is my pleasure to invite Malabo Montpellier Panel member and Director of the Natural Resources Institute at the University of Greenwich, Professor Cheryl Hendricks.
Can you hear me? Okay. Minister Ode, our esteemed co-chairs of the panel, the co-chairs of the forum, the esteemed co-chairs of the forum, honourable ministers and representatives, Malabo Montpellier Panel representatives here, as well as the panelists and those participating in the session. Let's turn now to hearing from the very people who would be the partners on the ground in implementing these actions that have been so beautifully presented to us. You've heard an overview of the report. Can I turn first of all to Professor Bernard Bashasha, who was the principal of the College of Agriculture and Environmental Sciences at Makerere University, and Professor Rosemaria Soto, head of the Department of Agribusiness and Natural Resource Economics, also at the University of Makerere, to give us some input on the kinds of approaches and partnerships that could partner to implement such an action agenda. So can we start off with first some innovative approaches and technologies that you could suggest that could attract and engage youth in agriculture and food systems? It was quite obvious from the presentation of the report that the majority of the youth surveyed were involved in production, either crop or animal, almost half of the respondents, and only 14% in food science and processing domains, but also recognizing that it's not just about creating employment, but also creating entrepreneurs who can generate employment. So can I have your perspectives on what kind of innovative approaches you could recommend?
Does this work? Thank you, Professor Hendricks. Honorable Minister, the Malabo Montpellier co-chairs, ladies and gentlemen. My entry point, Professor Hendricks, would be where, thank you, Your Excellency Robert Musibe, for the report. My entry point seems to be where His Excellency Harry Mariam stopped, where he mentioned about implementation. Of course, we are going to go ahead and suggest a few more initiatives, and some of them will overlap with what the report really covered, because we are all scanning the same environment. But the point he made that I think needs greater emphasis is about implementation. I think if we could implement half of what we have, then we would solve half the problem. Your Excellency Rhoda, I scanned the PIP, and you've been in this as long as I have been. The PIP has initiatives, the PMA has initiatives, National Development Plan 1 has initiatives, National Development Plan 2 has initiatives, current National Development Plan 3 has initiatives, and most of them are not implemented. Okay, now, what can we do? I think the starting point is again, Your Excellency Rhoda, the point you mentioned about the e-platforms, and that's again my entry point. I'll just use a few minutes, Professor Hendricks, and then I let Rosemary wrap up. I hope we can fit within the time frame that you've given us.
Yeah, if you can make it short, please, and then we'll turn to Rosemary to give us some ideas on some partnerships. Thank you.
I'll do that. So the youth are crazy about the ICT, so I think it's exciting for them to have these platforms that can allow them really participate in the agri-food systems, but from the e perspective. And these are apps, they are platforms, e-learning modules. I was also thinking about regional, even Africa level types of platforms that can allow them exchange ideas. The Nigerians have so many ideas, the Ghanaians have so many ideas, Ugandans have ideas, and I think the youth could benefit from this. Moderator, there are also possibilities for increasing exhibitions and to policymakers especially. My experience, one time we had our students present His Excellency the President, and then after that, he called them to State House, and I could see even those who didn't exhibit also wanting to go to State House and say something. So these kinds of initiatives would be encouraging, and also, if you add their prizes. Recently at our graduation, the Vice Chancellor gave prizes to the best researchers, and Professor Dorothy would remind me, I didn't hear of any prizes that were given to best students or best science students. So prizes, these things matter to the young people. The other area I would want to talk about would be early soft exposure to agriculture initiatives. When I was growing up, agriculture was used as a punishment. So I grew up knowing that if you come to school late, then you are sent to the garden and then you sweat there. So that needs to change. And if that changes, then probably the attitudes and mindsets would also change at that level. Competitions at national and international levels. The media, I think the New Vision and Monitor, they do organize competitions and travels and exhibitions for the best farmers. I have not seen anything being done for the youth. So that's again an area I think that would be used to interest the youth. One time, Dr. Desina was talking about making agriculture cool. And I think we need to look at initiatives, including those I have talked about and those I won't be able to talk about. Successful farmers and agripreneurs. At the university, all we hear is people telling us we are producing guys who are not useful, they don't have the skills, but nobody comes in the university to help us actually impart and improve those skills. So I think it takes two to tango. So we tango the other side, but I think we need the other side as well.
Thank you. That's a great segue into Rosemary giving us some examples of how those partnerships could work. Rosemary, can you give us some idea of how education, research, and private sector can work together?
Thank you. Protocol observed. I just want to go straight to that. You all realize the importance of these three institutions, the academia, the national research institutions, and private sector. I think access to resources, the private sector, the national research institutions can help us access the academia, access the laboratories, the funds. They can also help us access the facilities that we need. After we have trained this youth, we think that they can further go to these institutions to enable them conduct high quality research and also experiments that they may not be able to undertake within the university. So, and also we think that at the university, we provide more of the theoretical skills, but when they're able to go down to the private sector, they're able to learn the practical skills from there. And we have very good examples where our students go to internships to different places where all this is being done, and they really learn and they appreciate being able to turn theory into practice. I think that is very important. And then these collaborations are also important because then the students, the youth are able to do research that is relevant to policy and policymakers. They're able to do advocacy initiatives, and these hopefully can influence the policy decisions that of course would affect the agri-food systems and creating a more conducive environment. I want to specifically speak to an example of where we had an initiative where government of Uganda funded research at the university. We're able to actually bring together the students who had already finished their research, and then the academia and the policymakers. They sit in one room, then they are able to share the research output. Then the policymakers hopefully are able to take this and help to design policies that actually enhance youth participation in agriculture and agri-food systems. I think I can.
Okay, great. Thank you. Some examples of how we can implement the action agenda, but clearly take some innovative thought as to how we can implement these. Sorry, can I just check if Professor Charles Kwesiga is in the room or online? No. Okay. Then we'll move online to involve our participants online. Dr. Emma Naliolima, are you there? Ah, great. Founder and CEO of 1 Acre Unlimited Farm. And I can see Dr. Ashok Gulati, the Infosys Chair and Professor of Agriculture at the Indian Council for Research on International Economic Relations. Welcome and thank you for joining us. If we can move to looking at more agribusiness focused components of this, can I first have your opinions on what dynamic and promising parts of the food system you think, or the agri-food system you think offer the most opportunities for youth? Who would like to? Yeah, you can. If you can both respond, that will be great. You can go first, Ashok.
Emma first. Women first.
Sorry, you're giving Emma the chance. Okay, Emma, let's hear. What are the most promising parts of the agri-food system that we can see growth in terms of youth engagement?
The most promising ones, youth, like one of our presenters has said, they like to we need to make agriculture cool. They don't want to touch dirty stuff. So doing the secondary production would be the best because they don't really touch, primary production, like maybe growing cattle, matoke, and all that is a little bit difficult and it needs a lot of land, needs a lot of capital, energy, and everything. So the best would be if they're encouraged to go into secondary production where they'll do value addition. Take, for example, someone will deal into dairy, in the dairy sector, they would make cheese, butter, yogurt. They need just small, they would need equipment, but at the same time, they don't need things like, a lot of land to have to keep the cattle, to feed it, to do all that. So secondary production would be something great. If it's, take, for example, in the piggery sector, then they will go into things like making special cuts. Maybe actually some of them, if they don't have the machinery, they will just buy the pork and make pork joints. Uganda is one of the countries that eats pork most. And then like if the youth are in the universities, in all these other places, the nightlife. So they can afford to do all that, yeah. And then in the IT sector as well, they can make agriculture cool in the IT sector. They've gone to school or they love gadgets. So giving them opportunities in terms of making apps, take for example, there are different apps now, weather apps that enable these farmers like us who are in primary production work smarter and better. So all this is something that is good. Marketing as well. So the youth, the challenge we have is that we think agriculture is only purely going and digging down there or, you know, looking after the animals. But if we expose these youth and tell them, oh no, you can do so much. Look at social media. They help in terms of advertising, you know, because they are gadget, they are tech savvy. They're not like, you know, the farmers of the old days where, you know, they're not so tech savvy. So such, and maybe the only thing maybe for primary production, because vegetable production, because it's short term, just a few months, you know, like take for example, lettuce, 5 weeks and you're going into the market, and it's short term, needs very little space, such things. Thank you very much.
Thank you, Emma. Lots of great examples. Ashok, you want to add your contribution?
Yeah, thanks a lot. And protocols observed. Let me directly dive into the report and what opportunities it sees for agribusiness. And I was wondering whether this report is for the selected African countries. Similar things come from the country where I'm sitting in, India. Agri-entrepreneurs, that needs to be created if you have to start thinking in agribusiness terms rather than subsistence farming. India is creating 100,000 agripreneurs, primarily being led by the private sector. Government gives some support, but private sector leads the way, primarily the agri companies into that, because the government extension system, you know, which had focused more on the production part and very less on linking it with the markets and the new technologies. I think the companies are much ahead of what the government extension workers had been teaching. So they have taken the lead, and 100,000 agripreneurs are being put in place. More than 3,000 agri startups. This is where the government gives a support to these people. And as was mentioned in the report, quite a few have shown interest in agro-processing. More than half of the agri startups in India are on food processing side, value addition. And others which are also working on the production side. It's very interesting. The new digital technologies that are coming in, and the space technologies and the new drone technologies. Right now, 15,000 young women are being trained as drone didis, drone sisters who are going to fly drones in agriculture. This is a very exciting new area for the youth to get into. There are more than 10,000 farmer producer companies which are being onboarded onto a public digital infrastructure for digital commerce, e-commerce, instead of going on the portals of Amazon or Flipkarts of this world, which charge anywhere from 20 to 40% commission. This will be supported by the government and number of private sectors, where the farmer producer organizations can sell their products all over the country. So these are the new technology platforms linking the producers with the consumers without any commission agents. So these new digital technologies where the youth is very excited and is much more familiar when, you know, people like us at this age. So that opens a number of job opportunities and making business out of that. And given the fact that one last example I want to give, you know, the smallholder economy is one of the biggest challenges. How do we get the best services of the farm machinery, which is not perfectly divisible, but the services are divisible? Can we create Uberization of farm machinery so that you register your demand and the tractor or the harvest combine can come and clean up your job within half an hour, 1 hour? So these types of experiments, but primarily led by the private sector engaging the youth, is what is emerging in India in a large manner. And I feel there is a lot of mutual learning experience between African countries and some of these Indian experiments that are going on as a part of the South-South collaboration. Thank you very much.
Excellent. Some really inspiring opportunities. We really do need to get the ideas out there to inspire young people. Can I ask you both, if you can just give us just one or two critical success factors? What would make this work in Africa?
You know, if I may comment, production part, farmers know reasonably well. Where they lose is the marketing of their produce to the best markets. If they can aggregate their produce, try to grade it or package it or process it, and then link up with some of the either directly, or I will give you one example. One of the Sayadri farmer producer companies in India, in Maharashtra district, Maharashtra state, is exporting fruits and vegetables to 45 countries. These are farmers combined. But they have learned how to grade, you know, grapes, so how to reduce the pesticide residue, and they are exporting to European markets. Now, the price they will get in India is half. When they export, they try to get double, but the standards have to be kept. So how do you teach the farmers that if you want a better price, then you have to adhere to these standards? Okay, so
Excellent.
packaging, even traceability from which group it is coming, whether it is only women-headed group or youth-headed group, who is the person, even their photograph can be put on that, and barcoding and everything. So there are several of these, and what I would love to say here is nothing is better than, you know, you believe when you see it. So if some of the farmers or agri-entrepreneurs or some of, exciting youth group of Africans would like to come and see what is in action, there may be a good learning, because farmers learn primarily from farmers, not from you and me as much, I can tell you that.
Might have a queue. Too many people hear of your enthusiasm, your excitement. Emma, do you have one critical factor for success that you would like to put on into the discussion? What would
first
bring you? Sorry. Can I just ask? Can I ask Emma to respond?
Yeah, please.
Yeah. One of the things is like farmer exposure, whereby farmers go to different, like a farmer group can come from one farm to another. And also, one of the participants actually talked about the best farmer, like, I'll give you an example, the best farmer competition. I became, at that time, I was a youth when I joined these competitions. And I was just doing my own farming, you know, and then surprise, surprise, I won. And then that alone gives you exposure. And then we were given an opportunity to go to the Netherlands to see what other fellow farmers were doing. So I came out with all this, you know, I'm like, oh, I must do this, because I remember I saw we went to this farm and he was doing dairy. At the time, they had, I think in Netherlands, because of too much milk or something, there was a law that you don't have to produce a lot of milk or something, and yet they have all these cows. So this youth at the time went and started doing value addition with milk, and then he was selling ice cream everywhere in the Netherlands. So I'm a piggery farmer. I'm like, okay, now what do I do? So when I came to Uganda, when I came back, I just did, because I got a food truck, and I decided, for him, he was selling ice cream. I said, no, I'm going to sell pork. So I got a food truck and I went around and parked on the streets and I was selling pork in this food truck. And then, and even at the shows, basically I started getting more money than I used to have before. So things like that, exposure visits, like competitions, and also skilling, because much as we are farmers, or the youth, even the old farmers, you need to learn. So organizations here, like in Uganda, an organization called Avis, has helped a lot. Even the government organizations, they help a lot in skilling these farmers so that they get more knowledge and they're able to actually do better than they did before.
Excellent. Thank you. What a lovely, inspiring personal story. If I can turn to engineer Dr. Dorothy Okello, as the Dean of the School of Engineering at Makerere, how would you respond to these challenges that have been put on the table? So how would you equip youth to take up the challenge, the opportunities that have been presented by our previous two panelists?
Thank you very much, Professor Carol, and good morning, everyone, and online too. Let me first take the opportunity to welcome you to Uganda, being that this is home for me, and also all protocol observed. I think we've had, in all the speeches that we have had so far, we've had various examples of the role of technology. So I think one of the things that we need to do more of, especially if I speak from the School of Engineering, is to get more people to hear these stories so that we find value. Like, when I go to some of these meetings, people are like, oh, but you're an engineer. This is an agricultural forum. What are you doing? But if you hear all the examples that are being shared, actually the role of engineering is paramount. So in terms of what we need to do at the education institutions, is show how technology actually, number one, has a critical role in this. And when we talk about the digital side of things, that has come out quite strongly, if I could unpack that a little bit, we start from computer literacy and programming, and the programming is where you get all these apps that we talk about all the time. Then we have artificial intelligence, AI, that can help us do all kinds of things, like how do you, access to finance is a key challenge. Yeah, but a lot of times it's due to lack of collateral. But how can we use AI to see what you do on a daily basis to create a kind of credit profile for you, and therefore make you look less risky to sources of finance, so you can get access to credit or access to different resources. How can we, as Dr. Ashok presented, how can we use technology to make resources more readily available? So I like to borrow the term he uses, the Uberization of resources. So you have programs, for example, like Hello Tractor. Yeah, so at individual level, at smallholder level, I don't need to own a tractor. I just need to be on that platform and then make a reservation, and then the tractor will come over to my place. And recently, we're in an area not very far from Kisumu, and I was really surprised because they had very small acreages, but everything clearly had been cleared by tractor. So the opportunities are already there, and they can happen. Also, when we think of automation, when we think of robotics, a quick example from the area of robotics is intercropping is one of those ways that we can do farming very sustainably. But if you do intercropping, you may not necessarily be able to run a tractor through, but we can have robotics and come up with, robots. And I think I learned something else, that they don't want to get their hands dirty. Yeah, we can program the robots to go around so that, the robots will be the ones getting their hands dirty. So there's all that. We can also do 3D printing and come up with low-cost devices that can help on the production and post-production side of that. So I'm looking, when I say digital literacy, I'm looking at all that. So how do we then integrate it? From the very basics, and COVID was a very bad period of globally. But what it did is that it forced us to go online, because we had to start teaching online and doing everything online. So which means that there's a certain degree of digital literacy that is going to come in just because of how we now do education. So that is one. But then we can be now more purposeful by looking at these different areas. And I've just shared a few examples: the drones, the 3D printing, blockchain for traceability, knowing actually how clean, the process has been. So we can embed those skills within the program. So they are not a standalone per se, but it's, if we want to improve our access, for example, to the EU markets, as a professor shared, then we need to know the process. And how can we use that? We can use technology such as blockchain to do that. So then when I'm training you about blockchain, it's not this thing that you're learning abstract, but you're learning it in a context. So I think those are some of the ways that we can actually integrate the curricula within the agricultural.
Excellent. So it raises for me, as an educator myself, that how do we get the connectedness between that? Because engineers and computer scientists are trained in a different program and agriculturalists in another program. So how we bring those together is one of the things we probably need to solve in education.
Exactly. Just one quick thing, at least for my students, I'm always telling them, if all of us adopted our villages, in others, we did something at home that beyond the title of, moving around being called an engineer, there's something your community could experience because you're an engineer, we would move quite a lot.
Because that's not divided into sectors, it's holistic. Great, thanks, wonderful example. Right, let's turn then to Ms. Nono Demakotse Sokoto, who's the sector lead for the Agribusiness Network for the African Leadership Academy, and to ask you if you can bring some ideas of the strategies that we could use on the ground in order to overcome the barriers and to get some of the ideas we've heard today into practice. Thank you.
Can you hear me? Yep. Thank you for the opportunity. Protocols observed. I think what's exciting about the work we're doing at the African Leadership Academy is really finding ways to ensure that our young people are developed well enough to be able to be in policy formation. And I'd just like to highlight a few things around how we're doing that. In the way that we're developing our young leaders, we're able to get them into understanding how to participate in various sectors. And how we're doing that is really building communities around these various sectors. So agribusiness being one of them, governance, health, and that's really allowing us to really build a holistic way of how to build leadership around our young leaders. And we do this by partnering with diverse stakeholders who are in these various sectors, as well as in the various countries. Just to touch on the governance one, because I think just to highlight what we're doing for how to get our young people into policy. So we've built a fellowship called the Umholi Way Africa Fellowship, which is a 2-year program that places high talented young leaders into special advisory positions, roles within the different ministries across the continent. And it's been very exciting to really partner with the government who have opened up these opportunities for our young leaders. But the thing that's important is the partners who've facilitated this to happen, because they provide us funding for us to really skill the young leaders to understand how they will participate when they get there. And we also fund their stipends to ensure that government doesn't have issues around that. So we really are, it's a partnership that we're upskilling, ensuring that they're placed, and then the government is then providing exposure to access to some of the work, learning, mentorship, and ensuring that our young leaders actually participate in policy formation as well as decision making. So that's one thing I just wanted to say.
Experience of how to do that. I think we probably need the same thing in academia, my colleagues from academia. The UK government has a program that's something similar of placing academics into those government positions, also a way of learning how the system works. Thank you ever so much to our panel. You've provided some really clear and concrete examples of how this could be done, and some very inspiring thoughts of how we could take this forward. So I'd like to wrap up this panel and thank you very much for your insight and inputs. I'm sure there are lots more conversations to be had around these ideas. Thank you.
Thank you very much, Professor Hendricks, and all of our speakers from this fireside chat. So before we break for coffee, Honorable Minister Adowa would like to say a few words, so I would like you to give her your attention. Thank you.
Thank you, moderator. I just want to confirm what former Prime Minister said, and then the young lady there online. When we do practical things to the youth, they will change. But the more we make the laws, the more we do many workshops and seminars in the hotels, we spend more money and we may not get impact on the ground. I want to give myself as a testimony, and so that by the time we leave here, you know that there are some things that can change young people. I happened to grow up in the village. I was in the camp during the insurgency. It was very hard for us. Since there is no time, I will not go there. And at 11 years, I was in charge all the young siblings, because we ran away from home when nobody was around except me, who was looking after them. And I had to look after them in the camp, and it was not an easy life. So for me, when I was now in my A level, and I was digging school gardens, sometimes my father bringing fish, and that's how I was studying. And in my school, in a rural secondary school, it happened that the bishop brought some friends from UK to rebuild the school that was destroyed by the rebels. And among that was a couple that identified me as a head girl who was mobilizing girls at school. But even when I was a head girl, very early before class, I have to go and dig school gardens for fees and sweep sometimes teachers' compounds, head teacher and all that. That's how I was living my life. Now, when they identified me as a person who was so bright and active, they asked me and were interested to know where I come from. And I decided to take them to my village, which was 12 kilometers away from the school. These people couldn't believe I come from very poor environment, but I was very active at school. So after my school, I was invited to UK. I had never been in Kampala before. I had never been in any country before. And coming back from there, as she said, exposure changes your life. I looked at what others were doing. I looked at how the education system in the UK compared to our system here. And thank God, Uganda started changing the curriculum where children are impacted with skills as they study. But Ugandans have been schooling children, schooling and competition of becoming the best in class without any skill. But when you are in UK, as you start school, by the time you finish your O level, you can even be able to do tailoring as a girl, you can build as a boy, which we don't have majorly in African schools. So for me, after my A level and then after school, at 23, I asked these friends, give me money, I want to start a school. They were so scared and shocked how some poor young lady can talk of building a school. When they gave me 10,000 pounds, and by then a pound was 2,300, I got 23 million. I bought land at 11 million. The balance, I started a 3-classroom block, and I got a loan from someone, and my father added me what he had got from rice. I started a school, and I can assure you, with the hard work and a young, God-fearing young person, the sky was not even a limit. And today I can testify, I have 5 schools, 3 secondary schools, 2 primary schools. I employ more than, actually one of my schools, the first one I started, has a population of about 3,000 students. And I have employed over 300 youth. Of course, young people are the teachers, they are matrons, they are They are nurses in my school, they are watchmen and all this. And they get salary every month. And every year, I take about 200 children, free education, all level. Those who do well in poor government schools, I take them for. So identifying the right youth, the right entrepreneurs in our villages can change the environment of the youth. I also conclude by saying, 3 months ago, I started a new idea. I bought 20 female chicken and 3 cocks just 3 months ago. And I decided in 2 compounds in my villages, I decided to employ some youth. And I got black soldier fly larvae for them to produce. And today they are taking care of the chicken. They have multiplied within 3 months. We have now 81 chicken, local chicken. They eat grass and other things in the morning, but at 4 they eat soldier fly larvae. And we feed pigs, we feed fish, because fish feeds are very expensive. And people think larva is dirty and all, but imagine what the chicken eat out there that we cannot measure. They are very dirty, but this is a clean larva, and I can assure you we can reduce unemployment in Africa among the youth if we learn to visit them. What do? Take 1 or 2 of them, expose, let them see what others are doing. Because what they do in the villages is what they see. What they see is what they do. Without influence, without mindset change, without sensitization, exposure, the youth cannot do much. So I felt I should tell you that testimony, because even when I'm seated here, my head teacher is organizing to receive today the bishop for Ash Wednesday, and I see my school digital, maybe digital. I see them, what they do and all this, and at the end of the month, they get their salary. And I can assure you, we are the ones living the youth, people who have gone ahead, as my sister said. When you, as somebody that has reached a certain level, goes back to the village and set some small project, identify 1 or 2 youth. But the problem with us who have touched money, we want to keep it to ourselves and our children. We want to enlarge our territories in the cities. We don't care what happens to some village young people. I thank you.
Thank you very much for that testimony, Madam Minister, and thank you to all our distinguished guests for your contributions. We are now going to break for coffee. 10 minutes, just step out, get some coffee, get some snacks, and then we'll be back in the room to pick up. We would like our colleagues online to be patient. We know we were supposed to start the next session at 10:30, so we're 10 minutes late, but we promise we'll be back to resume at 11:40 EAT. So just don't give up on us, we'll be back. Thank you. Welcome back. Welcome back, dear stakeholders. And if you are joining us now, we are here live from Kampala, Uganda, for the launch of the 13th report published by the Malabo Montpellier Panel. And the report focuses on opportunities for youth in Africa's agri-food systems. Thank you for those joining us online for your patience. We are back in the room and we are ready to move on to the moderated roundtable with senior country representatives. To facilitate this session, it is my honor to welcome Malabo Montpellier Panel member and former country director of the Worldwide Fund for Nature Zambia, Ms. Nashilala Nkombo.
Thank you very much, moderator. Please allow me to ride on the established protocols. I'm very humbled and actually excited that we'll have now this session where we'll engage with senior country representatives that are leading the charge in different African countries in terms of how some of these policies and programs are being translated on the ground in terms of outcomes. We had several countries that were planned to join this panel, but we only have confirmation from 3, and I think it will give us a chance to have an in-depth discussion. Just to recognize the joining of the former PM and co-chair of the forum, and also our Minister of State for Agriculture. I welcome you both to this session. So I was just saying that we are now focused on engaging senior country representatives who are tasked with translating some of the policies and programs in the findings of our reports into concrete actions and outcomes. We are privileged to have Honorable Minister of State from Uganda to represent Ugandan experiences. Accompanying you is also a representative from the Ministry of Youth and Children's Affairs, Mr. Mondo Kyaleka. I think he should be joining us online. Can we just confirm if he's on? They're on? Okay. And then also we're having a representative from the Ministry of Science and Technology, Professor Daudi Kawasa, on my right. We will have also a representative from the Government of the Republic of South Africa online, Mr. Nasela Melomakuli, who is the Deputy Director General on food security in that country. Lastly, but not the least, together with us here is His Excellency Innocent Togla, the Deputy Secretary General from the Ministry of Agriculture, Livestock and Fisheries from Benin. So I welcome you all to this session. And we're going to start by learning from Uganda. Madam Minister, you challenged us before we went on tea break that action happens on the ground, in the villages, in the landscapes. Much as we talk about these things at conferences and seminars, can you share with the forum what you have noted as game-changing programs and investments by your ministry in support of young people in developing the agri-food systems?
Thank you. As Minister of Agriculture, Animal Industry and Fisheries, and as Government of Uganda, we have been able to do quite a lot of projects for the youth and initiatives. Some of them, as I said already, the government has changed the system, especially all level. The first ones to sit this year are the first ones that started the program of, as you join secondary life, your class has to have some project. either soap making and all these others, different skills. And this will be examined by the school teachers, sent to the National Examination Board, and then also what you sit will be now joined together to show whether you are practical on the ground and if you are also practical in your reasoning. But also as government of Uganda, we have youth livelihood. We have now programs of skilling in every region of Uganda. We have also like a youth venture capital, where the youth get money from Centenary Bank. But again, this needs still a lot of sensitization. We have a parish development model where youth are also allowed to apply, and a youth can get, like, if you are really a very poor youth and you get 1 million, that 1 million can start up with something for your life. We have also programs for women, like Women Fund, and also special programs for women, and also the ministry specifically addressing women issues. We have currently 4 ministers in that ministry: Ministry of Gender, Labor, and Social Development. And there are so many projects, including where they give women and youth tailoring machines and so many other things. We have youth research programs. We have youth network. We have also just launched a program in the Ministry of Agriculture called Smart Agriculture, where we are going to help the youth with the digging of fish ponds, to relocate most of them from the wetlands and from the lakes, because really the population for our fishing environment is too much. So we also, so in that smart agriculture program, we are going to do so many things on crop, animal, and fisheries, as I said. So sometimes, because the youth don't have basic training before they are given something, sensitization, mindset change, sometimes we just take programs to the youth, they receive, and they think we just eat it. I personally experienced this one time in my village where I am born of. I went there, collected all the villagers, and I told them, women, this is from me, have this and start a project. Youth, this is yours. Men, this is yours. Immediately I left. Men were the first to distribute their money in the center. That let's give me mine, let's distribute. The second group that followed were the youth. And after 2-3 years, women had multiplied this. They started, even the little man I gave them, they started multiplying. So I've also realized where we still have a problem is where government takes the youth, like youth livelihood. It was supposed to be for loans. But the first youth to get this money, they eat it, and they start chasing them to arrest, and then others fear that I can't borrow that money, I will be arrested. So mindset change is still but as government of Uganda, we have included the youth, and we are trying to support them, especially skilling and parish development model. Thank you.
Thank you very much, Honorable Minister. I'll come back to you, but perhaps I can just shift online to the representative of the Ministry of Youth and Children's Affairs. Just to build on what the Minister has shared, what would you say is your ministry's institutional architecture in making sure that they're not online? Oh, not yet online, but maybe the Minister, colleague, can answer the question. There's so many interventions that you're doing which interventions would you recommend for your government and perhaps for other African governments to focus on that will have the highest impact, and what institutional arrangements should be put behind there? I think we heard when Her Excellency Madam Rhoda Peace presented the report that there's a huge opportunity because our population is growing. So there's maybe money to be made, for lack of a better term, and maybe there's opportunities for job creation. So when we step back and look at the agri-food system in Uganda, where are the biggest opportunities, where we should put our efforts to have the highest impact on jobs and opportunities creation?
For me, I believe, as one member said, you know, where can we get the youth? Youth are found in a computer. Almost every youth now wants a smartphone. We get them there. We can say any youth who advertises this can be given this kind of incentive. And when, for example, even this local agriculture, even when it's still in a local way, and I have seen online adverts, sometimes all the food we get, like in Kampala, we export some, we get them from the rural areas. And if this youth can be used for advertising that, then also, as someone said, agriculture all along has been put as kind of a punishment. And as we were growing up, if you have to be punished in the school, not beating, they will send you to dig in the school garden. So it was psychologically a part of the punishment. For you to be punished, you go and dig in school garden. So children, you know, grew up knowing agriculture is a punishment. You have to dig and sweat. But also 2-3 years ago in Parliament, we passed the distribution of honey horse. And honey horse is digging is hard and is punishment. But if we encourage the use of walking tractors, the use of, as one of my sisters said, hello tractor, and the tractor comes. And you have your smartphone, you say, hello tractor, we the youth number this. That alone makes them enjoy. They can be in groups of 30 or 15, and then government gives them, and it says, the youth that are going to produce this number of bags of maybe this, there's a market for this. You will see the youth competing, and you know where we should really exploit is the issue of food. Food, you know, when I was in the camp, when I was young, as I told you, I could hear government getting money, FAO and all this, bringing lorries and lorries. Even when I went to secondary after, they used to give us mackerel, beef, and all this, but there's billions of money to eat that beef packed in that thing. But can't we spend that money within the local environment and still the same meat can be good? So I think we need to really put money in local agriculture to improve in our nutrition, but also it helps employ the youth.
Thank you very much. I think you're on point in terms of finding the youth where they are. You cannot assist young people if we're intervening far away from where they are. So it's a natural connection now for us to hear from the Ministry of Science, Technology and Innovation. We have Professor Daudi John Kavasa. Sir, we have an opportunity for technology to play a role, not only in enhancing productivity and supporting the climate smart agriculture program that she talked about, but really helping to revolutionize agriculture and getting a critical mass of young people that are involved. What is the government's plan and vision to empower young people in this area?
Thank you very much. A disclaimer, I'm here on behalf of the Minister, Honorable Minister, who got an emergency trip, and therefore they asked me to come here and make some feedback from what we discussed with her. I give support to a think tank system at the Science and Technology Platform, Office of the President. So my comments will not be really deep as the Minister would be, but the limits within which I'll be able to comment. First is the observation that we have extensively discussed at the plan, that we are now at the fourth industrial revolution, and you've talked about revolution. And the very first one, before the pre-industrial state, was about 300 years. And in between, the very first one that we are talking about, talked about machineries, mechanization, which we are now discussing. We are discussing mechanization. The agricultural systems in the countryside of Africa have remained largely pre-industrial. So electrical phase came in, the digital phase came in, the second and third, when the knowledge age came in, and nothing has happened in this pre-industrial production system. And what we are describing is that now the youths are shunning away from it. They are running away from it. So what went wrong? One of the things that the STI, Office of the President platform has put very clear is that we delegated the thinking through. Africa delegated this thinking to plan. How can you take 300 years and you did not domesticate the mechanization? You did not domesticate the digital system. You have not domesticated, and we are so. We need serious structure mechanism of thinking through so that we have a well-structured, systematic transformation society. What is largely happening is that elsewhere, where people have spent time thinking through and systematically following the journey of science and technology, they are putting technologies on the market. They're putting technologies on the market. And Africa is only catching up all the time. So AI is on. There's a lot of promotion of AI, and Africa is trying to catch up with AI. But we didn't catch up with the tractor 300 years ago. We didn't catch up with electrification. We didn't catch up. Are we going to continue simply up? So the debate now is, let us settle down to proper thinking through and create a journey of transformation of this pre-industrial group so that people begin to see a hope into that process. The second comment that we have raised is the alignment of science, technology, into all the whole process of creating the economy. The skills that are packaged by schools are linked to technologies that have been generated by science. So if you did not invest the science to create the appropriate technology or to adopt the appropriate technology, the curriculum will largely remain theoretical, giving the science from elsewhere, but not the science relevant to transform the society. So we need to have the science funded, supported as part of the systematic process of creating the economy. Because occupations, science, technology, and innovation creates the industry The trade then follows. The enterprises then multiply. The occupations become clear, and the curriculum now becomes clear. So curricula come as a consequence of a systematic journey of STI through the industry up to the final stage. When Africa neglects this journey, you remain in a vacuum. So you continue to have a rural area, which is a vacuum, because we don't have the systematic process. The scaling we are discussing now should be linked to a clear process of STI mainstreamed in a sector. The third comment which we have discussed and I have mentioned is the occupation of producing food. The occupation of producing food for humanity and for ourselves is noble. But this is the only occupation which by policy has been stigmatized. When I make a table, they say I'm a professional. When I drive, I'm a professional driver. When I do every other profession, the policies respect. When I produce food, by policy, I'm excluded. So production of food should now be, by policy, respected. So why would we expect the youth to follow an occupation that we have by policy stigmatized? We need to respect it, invest in it. When people say, those who look after health, even the basic ones in the clinic, their salaries increased. When I produce the food to sustain the population, to sustain the economy as the backbone, I'm not rewarded, not even recognizing me. I'll give an example where we said, we are going to create a farmer and recognize them. Some of the members know in one of the universities, the debate about just recognize that a farmer should be molded was so hostile. So the ideology and philosophy has to change even in the Institute of Higher Learning. It has to change. And the African academia have to recognize that this agri-food system is a consequence of part of our leadership errors that we make. Then the other comment is the informality. The creation of wealth, which is the whole issue of that we do every day, everybody is pursuing wealth, is only possible when you are intentional. You have to be intentional. But all around us, we are not intentional in creating. If we are intentional and we are going to create wealth for this country, create wealth for Africa through the agri-food system, everybody wants food systems, more natural, not the cellular food system. The cellular food system is coming on board, but the agri-food system in the more natural environment is very popular. So, can we intentionally create the economy around this? That requires that we mobilize and debate and make sure that this is one of the pathways for transforming. My last comment is on the scientific approach. That scientific approach to everything is what we have left out. All other economies taken the scientific approach. You are very systematic. You plan, it's the objective, it's the goal, it's the hypothesis, and people pursue it. Can take an abstract, when an abstract economy, around 69, I think I was 1 year or something, about the age. So people started going to an abstract destiny in space. But it is this objective which has created many things, including the AI. because you want to have a machine on the other side that talks with you. This high goal scientific approach has resulted into many, many things. Instead of us chasing a lion with knives, you can chase these animals and you are chasing with just a panga or something like that. We really need to very, very clear and we get the right tools and begin to pursue the economy. Lastly, the policy decision that is very clear is that whatever we do should accelerate the productivity of the home, of the people, of the youth. So it should accelerate the productivity. Two, it should accelerate the export. The farm in Africa, this smallholder farm, is now part of the global farm. So our planning for it by policy should not be seen as a smallholder. It is a micro unit of the global farm so that we produce the food. And this means that intensification requires proper science, proper skilling. The curricula should change, and even these smallholders should be told that 1 million smallholders can feed the whole of the Middle East. And if they are therefore aligned by policy, and they are aligned with a clear scientific approach, they give the skills, the intensification will be able to support. So the African smallholder who are being shunned right now, with us, they can actually produce the feed and supply. We are told that some of these small components are made from homes of people in China, but they have the science, they have been trained very well, and they produce these things, and they mass them. Because all of them have been quality assured, they are involved with a lot of science, technology, and innovation. They produce quality for the global market. And we need to do this so that the youths can see that actually intensification in a smallholder unit, the example that Dr. Amy was talking about, that if I'm in 1 acre, I produce the right quality, and we are 1 million, we are mobilized by policy, we will supply a certain market X. I thank you very much.
Wow, thank you very much. I think that deserves a big round of applause. I think it's been a very clear indictment on the leadership areas at all levels, not just political, in terms of what we've done, we haven't done right. I'll come back to you because I think we need to leave the audience with some hope on how Uganda has already started turning things around. These are the building blocks that have been put in this particular area. So I'd like you to think about it. But at this point, I'm going to shift to the representative from the Ministry of Youth, Assistant Commissioner for Youth for the Republic of Uganda, Mr. Mondo Katyeka. Mr. Mondo, welcome.
Thank you very much, Madam Chair. Madam
Welcome.
Chair, thank you very much.
Yeah.
Hello, do you
Yes.
get me?
Now we can.
I'm joining you from Arua to represent my minister who could not make it to this discussion. I want to thank you for putting this together and especially focusing on the issue of youth and how youth can make agriculture to be an undertaking of choice. Chair, do you get me?
Yes,
Hello?
we do get you, and we are grateful for your presence here. We're having a very insightful and strong debate, and we just want to hear from you, your perspectives, particularly on the issues that Dr. Daudi Kawisa raised on the institutional mechanisms that your ministry has put in place to ensure stronger participation of young people in the agri-food systems in Uganda. I think there are a number of tactful and systemic mistakes that we have made across the continent of Africa, but we want to learn what your ministry has done to build the institutional architecture to have more young people in agri-food systems, creating greater opportunity for them. Thank you.
Thank you, Madam Chair. Madam Chair, I will not say per se that the ministry, but I'll take it as government of Uganda. And I want to build on the understanding that Ministry of Gender, working with Ministry of Agriculture, developed the national strategy for youth employment in agriculture. The national strategy for youth employment in agriculture is what guides the government to ensure that we invest in attracting young people to the agriculture sector. There has been a discussion about making agriculture sexy, agriculture, attractive to the young people. And I think the former speaker has alluded to the issue of technology. Technology is one of the ways that can help us make agriculture, sexy, if you want, to the young people, attractive to the young people. Young people shun using a hoe in this age and time to produce. And so the way to go is about enabling young people have access to the machinery that makes agriculture more appetizing, more attractive to the young people. Having young people through the entire agro-processing or the value chain analysis is what will make young people get attracted to agriculture. That said, as government, we have tried to attract young people to accessing finances through different interventions. To mention but a few, the Youth Livelihood Program is a systematic way of attracting young people to get the money to do their own employment. But young people must appreciate that agriculture is a business like any other business. The Uganda Women Enterprise Program is yet another intervention that makes it possible for young people to access finances to be able to invest in especially agriculture. PDM is yet another, the parish development model is yet another government intervention to assist the young people to have the money, but be able to invest the money in the agriculture sector. I would say that by and large, many of the funded programs under the Youth Livelihood Program have been programs that are in the agriculture sector. And young people in that area are doing very well in terms of, for instance, some of them are in the bull fattening, and these who are in bull fattening, they have been able to borrow the money and paid back the money. One of the challenges that we are working on as government is the issue of improving access to markets through infrastructure development. Madam Chair, you could be knowing about the KAI program, which is Community Agriculture Infrastructure Implementation Program, but also the MATIP program, Markets and Agriculture Trade Improvement Projects. If young people are sure about the market of the products that they produce, then young people can be attracted more to the agriculture sector. And I think that's the way to go. The other thing that we are doing, and again guided by the National Strategy for Youth Employment, is the issue of exposure through exhibitions and learning events. Partnering with New Vision and others, Ministry of Agriculture has executed the issue of annual events, annual exhibitions, where young people can be exposed to new technology, but also to learn new practices and learn innovative things of using small lands. But we are also, in the same vein, advocating for young people forming circles. It's easy to target young people when they are under a cooperative, when they are under a circle that addresses issues of the land, because the issue of land has been cited as one of the hindrances of young people's involvement in agriculture. But if young people produce it together in a circle, and this is what we are encouraging, the young people can have access to big chunks of land as we explore ways and means of revisiting the land policy in this country, which hinders many young people to have land. Of course, the other is provision of value addition projects, equipment for youth in agriculture, which the former speaker hinted on to. And in conclusion, I think it's important for us to invest more in young people accessing money to invest in the agriculture sector. That will make it easy if we put more money in YLP, UWEP, and PDM. That will improve young people's access to capital, because agriculture, like any other business, requires a lot of investment. I thank you, Madam Chair.
Thank you very much for sharing with us very concrete examples on how the government of Uganda is intervening in some of these areas. We're going to shift now down south to a colleague of ours who's joined us from South Africa. We welcome you, Mr. Nasela Melomakulu, Deputy Director General, the Agrarian Food Security. Welcome. Are you with us? Okay.
Yes, I am definitely here. That would,
I hope you followed the conversation so far. The fact that there is opportunity in agri-food systems for young people, but we are not really realizing that opportunity yet, because there are big questions we haven't addressed systematically as Africa. There's a question of mechanization, modernization, and the economics of agriculture. I think we were also given a sense that even the profession is not respected. Food producer is not respected. And for us to start there means it's a problem for us to convert all the opportunities the sector has for young people. So coming from an economy that's relatively maybe more developed than other African countries, please can you share with us in the forum perhaps the ecosystem for success you've created for young people in the agribusiness field in South Africa? What programs or initiatives have been created to make sure that the different parts that make up success are sorted out? The know-how, the technology, the markets, the finance, perhaps the processing. So I invite you to come in and just share perspectives in terms of what is working in your country, what is working in your market to attract young people in the agri-food system and secure the opportunities.
thank you very much, Montpellier, for affording me a platform to engage, and allow me also to stand on the existing platform just to say all protocol observed, and also to extend a word of appreciation to the work done by the panel and all its members, including their research team. And coming to your question, as a country, we have introduced at a country-wide level a national youth policy that really is geared towards ensuring that we realize the 2063 agenda in youth empowerment. And this is a sector-wide policy instrument we use. Then coming back home in terms of the department and agriculture, as you're asking, we have then introduced various instruments, policy instruments that are geared towards ensuring an active participation of youth throughout the entire value chain. This starts from the question of access to land. As you know, we're coming from an apartheid era where land is still an issue in South Africa. So we have two instruments here. We have a beneficiary selection and allocation policy that we are implementing through a proactive land acquisition strategy. What we're doing here, we're very, very clear to say 40% of all land parcels that the country is acquiring and is allocating must be given to youth. That is also supplemented by women whom are qualifying to 50% of that land. So if you youth and you women, and again, if you are someone living with disabilities, you got 10%. So we're very deliberate in ensuring that youth is in the epicenter of gaining access to land, because we understand that without land, our youth will not participate in the space of agriculture. The second measure is the question of access to finance. As you know, it's always a topical question to say, but how do people gain access to finance? So what we've done here is to introduce a scheme called Blended Funding Scheme. Basically, this is a blend of the grants that are coming from the state, blended with the private sector loans. Here, we're trying to leverage and also try to de-risk. You would know any youth today who walks into a financing institution trying to gain access, in all probability, they will not be granted that loan. So what we've done with this blended funding scheme then is to put a government grant into some of the institutions that we are working with in a scale of between 60% grant and 40% loan. What then that does is really de-risks, as I said, and we're leveraging on that private sector investment. So not only now people who would have been declined at gaining access, but also you are getting a private sector investment into the sector. And therefore the resources available now are broader, and then there is a wider participation. And this is already gearing towards those that want to commercialize and lowers the dependence on the state, and therefore the high rate of success is really realized in that space. The other important instrument we're working on is you've got land, you've got finance, but you need training, you need mentorship. So through our comprehensive agricultural support program, we then even there deliberately are targeting youth to continuously ensure that this training and mentorship is part of the package in all various disciplines that they want to be trained in, to ensure that they succeed in their ventures. And we identify and assign mentors that will also journey with them as they pursue to ensure that they reach the commercials that they want to reach. Within the space also, as you've already alluded to, that our country is more or less more market orientated. So our entity that is assisting with the market access across the world, we are placing our youth in that entity, in training them. So every year we've got a set target that we're going to say, PPCB, this year you will be training X number of youth in terms of market and export related, so that they understand the agribusiness and the entire value chain in that regard. We also run a number of bursary schemes as the department, targeting specific areas that we classify as scarce skills, to ensure that we build this new cohort of skilled and young professionals in the sector. So we run these bursaries, and we then expose the youth in ensuring that they gain access to the funding needed. Another important program that we run, we have what we call the missing middle, if we can call it that, because there are youth that, for whatever socioeconomic condition that they were exposed to, could not complete matric, in other words, grade 12, and therefore they can't go into any institution of higher learning. So we've introduced for that category of youth a program called the National Rural Youth Service Corps program, NARSEC, basically, where we recruit this youth from various rural areas, and we introduce them to this program, where it's basically a 5-stage program. The first part of it is to build a character building, and we do this in partnership with the Department of Defense. We were alive to the possibility that some of them could have dropped out because they had to be bad breadwinners in their homes, but some of them could be a question of ill discipline. So we bring the army on board, and we put them on a 6-week program to just bring in the character and discipline to that youth. From there, we then interview them, and we ask them to choose specific skills that they wish to pursue moving forward. through a questionnaire, of course, and interviews. And upon that, they then get taken into various higher education institutions that we have partnered with that will not require that grade 12, as I spoke about, your TVET colleges in this case, where they will then do your artisan training, your practical things, not only in agriculture, but in other sectors that are applicable to rural development, given the fact that our portfolio goes beyond agriculture, but includes non-agricultural enterprises and therefore rural development abroad. So construction and all of those will then come in and we put them there. Of course, then they journey through the process of then deliberately giving them pieces of land. If they were trained in poultry, we'll then allocate land and mentor, and we'll do a startup packages for them, and ultimately put them in a business incubation and see them through to ensure that we really deal with that active youth participation in that space. That's in a nutshell, Chair, what one can summarize.
Thank you so much for the summary of the interventions that the government of the Republic of South Africa have put in place. Perhaps before I move to Benin, the forum would like to hear from you what impact these sets of interventions have had. Maybe you can give us 1 or 2 examples of a value chain or a subsector so that we get some clarity in terms of what other African countries could do or could replicate and remodel based on your experience. Where should we be putting most of our money? I'll ask you the same question that I asked the Minister of Uganda. Where have you had the most impact? And yeah, please illustrate.
No, thank you very much for that question. What we've done under the guidance of the Department of Trade and Industry was to ensure that we develop a number of, excuse me for that, we develop a number of what we call sector master plans. So as the department, we have developed a master plan, which is the Agriculture and Agro-Processing Master Plan. And this master plan then identified various key priorities that we believe if we invest in them and we are deliberate in ensuring that we pursue that agenda, we will then achieve a certain percentage of growth as a country. But also we're dealing with the dual sector in South Africa. We are alive to that. And therefore, we're also talking a lot about inclusiveness, so that as we grow our sector, those that were not really taking part meaningfully are part of that journey. So this also working with the DTIC, that's the Department of Trade and Industry, we to give an example of the headwinds we've made sure that we've realized is on the poultry master plan, where today we are seeing a number of youth that are running very commercial poultry ventures, both layers and broilers, invested through our ITC, which is one of the partners we have in the scheme I mentioned. And they're moving into a commercial level that would not have been realized should we not have that poultry master plan, should we not have the sector master plan we're talking about, and should not have introduced the funding instrument that I alluded to earlier.
Thank you for giving us a concrete example. Very, very inspiring. So we're going to move on to Benin, to His Excellency, Mr. Innocent Togla, the Deputy Secretary General, the Ministry of Agriculture and Livestock and Fisheries. Sir, you've heard from the discussion so far that there are a number of fundamental and foundational issues that we need to address for us to unlock opportunities for young people within the agri business space. The Prime Minister, the former Prime Minister for Ethiopia, reminded us that we need to bring a sense of agency and speed to the interventions because the population is actually growing. So for some time now, the government of Benin has been working to deploy more efforts to get young unemployed graduates, particularly through the promotion of micro, small, medium-sized enterprises through initiatives such as Jobs and Skills Fair. What concrete measures has your government put in place in this regard that have assisted these young people, particularly within the agri-food sector, create opportunity?
Merci, Madame la facilitatrice. Excellence, Madame la ministre en charge de la pêche. Distinguées personnalités ici présentes.
Distinguished guests,
Chers participants, en vos rangs, grades et qualités, tout protocole observé.
dear participants au protocol observed,
Je voudrais tout d'abord vous transmettre la salutation de son Excellence, ministre Gaston Costi-Dossoui.
please convey the greetings from Mr.
Dossoui,
Dossoui,
qui est le ministre de l'Agriculture, de l'Élevage et de la Pêche.
who is our Minister of Agriculture and Tourism.
Un ministre praticien pour qui l'agriculture est une religion.
A hands-on minister for whom agriculture is a religion.
Qui m'a fait l'honneur de venir le représenter à cette importante réunion.
Who gave me the honor to represent.
Depuis 2016, pour ce nouveau gouvernement, le domaine de l'agriculture est un défi important, c'est le secteur d'investissement massif et qui porte une grande attention à l'emploi des jeunes.
Since this government, the current government of Benin, has put really agriculture on the forefront of really large-scale investment to make sure that it can be there to absorb the growing youth population as a source of employment, decent employment.
Le gouvernement a mis en place un programme spécial d'insertion des jeunes de 18 à 40 ans pour l'emploi.
The government has initiated a program of really creating employment for the young people between age 18 and 40.
Et ce programme spécial place chaque année 2000 jeunes dans des entreprises et qui sont supportés par le gouvernement. Et au regard des habiletés développées, ces jeunes sont pour la plupart recrutés dans les structures qui les accueillent.
And that program really each year, it kind of deployed 200 young people in industries. 2000, thank you so much, Usman. 2,000 young people in enterprises and industries to gain skills and competences needed for the job market. Then after that attachment, those young people could be absorbed by the same industries and go back to the government.
Mais le gouvernement a structurellement cherché à améliorer la capacité d'intervention des jeunes, en commençant d'abord par le programme d'une cantine scolaire qui cherche à maintenir les jeunes dans les écoles et à développer avec eux des journées scolaires qui les jeunes conduisent eux-mêmes et qui leur donnent certaines capacités de pouvoir entreprendre par la suite.
But again, other measures have been put in place by the government, like developing school gardens to kind of inculcate really those skills and love for farming for young children. Yeah.
Poursuivant pour l'enseignement secondaire, il est de notoriété plus de constater que nous avons plus l'enseignement général que l'enseignement technique et professionnel. À peine 5% sont dans les secteurs de technologie, alors que nous avons des généralistes pour plus de 95%. Résultat, nous avons très peu qui sont aptes à aller vers l'emploi une fois la formation terminée.
At high school level, we realize that much of the education which is done there is really focused on the general aspects. And you realize that as an example, only 5% of trained people are in technology. Others are really just in general subjects, which are not much demanded in the market.
Alors le gouvernement a opté pour ce changement de paradigme en inversant la tendance, en mettant aujourd'hui en place la construction des lycées techniques et agricoles avec ces lycées qui auront des unités pédagogiques à vocation économique. Je vais expliquer ce que ça veut dire tout à l'heure.
Yeah, the government has really taken really serious measures to make sure that really those to put in place center of training, vocational training centers, so that really young people can go out with hands-on skills.
Alors, pour la plupart, les lycées techniques, même s'ils sont techniques, ils fonctionnent comme l'enseignement général, c'est-à-dire que les jeunes ont très peu de temps à aller à la pratique et puis ils apprennent beaucoup de choses, mais rien de pratique.
They realize that even though they set up those vocational training, they're still running really much on theories. Young people are just busy on theory in classes, but not had time really to learn what's happening outside of those vocational centers.
Et chaque année, il revient à l'État de mettre de l'argent pour le fonctionnement de ces écoles, et bien pour les unités économiques à vocation pédagogique, et bien le volet pédagogique à part, mais 1000 hectares est dégagé pour chaque collège pour servir d'unité à produire, non seulement pour alimenter le lycée, mais conquérir des marchés pour pouvoir financer le fonctionnement de l'école des années à venir.
The government has put in place really allocated for each vocational training center 1,000 hectares of land for those students to produce, to put in practice what they learn in school. The vocational centers are able to run by themselves, but also the young people are able to put into practice what they learn in classes, in classrooms.
Dans le secteur agricole, nous avons 30 lycées agricoles maintenant qui sont en chantier.
In the country, they have around 30 pivot centers, schools.
Alors, aujourd'hui, le gouvernement a fait son champ de bataille, c'est comment mettre fin à l'exportation des produits bruts. Et à cet effet, il y a une zone industrielle qui est créée, qu'on appelle la GDIZ, la zone industrielle de Glodibé. Aujourd'hui, nous avons déjà une quarantaine d'entreprises installées sur ce site.
So the government has put saw an opportunity of transforming the raw materials. This is an opportunity really to involve young people in the processing of the raw materials, agricultural raw materials. And they have set up some centers, processing centers across the country. 40, 40?
40.
Yeah, 40 processing centers across the country.
Si vous voulez maintenant exporter des matières brutes, on a institué des taxes qui ne vont pas te permettre de pouvoir exporter. Donc, il faut que le produit soit transformé. Donc, on intéresse les investisseurs à s'installer pour la transformation et augmenter la gamme des produits à exporter, c'est-à-dire beaucoup de chaînes de valeur.
So they made sure that they put a tax for export of raw materials to kind of limit, to make sure that all exported goods, agricultural goods, are locally transformed. For that, the government has put up a tax to make sure to kind of incentivize local investors to go into those agro-processing centers. Yeah.
Pour certains produits, carrément, des échéances sont établies. Par exemple, pour le cas du soja, le cas des poulets à exporter, d'ici 2025, c'est-à-dire il faut que tous ces produits soient produits localement.
For example, soybean and chicken, so you can't export it without being processed. They have to be processed locally for them to be exported.
L'autre expérience que je voudrais aussi partager avec vous, c'est le Fonds national de développement agricole, ce fonds que j'ai eu la chance de diriger dès sa mise en place.
Another experience I want to share is the National Agriculture Fund that he had the honor to lead back then.
Alors, ce fonds a 3 guichets. Il y a un premier guichet qui parle des investissements structurants, un deuxième guichet qui parle des prestataires de services non financiers et un troisième guichet qui parle des prestataires de services financiers.
That the National Agriculture Fund has 3 components. They have a financial, non-financial, and the investment wings. Yeah.
Alors, le deuxième guichet, c'est beaucoup plus l'attention qui est focalisée sur les formations, la recherche et l'accès au marché.
Yeah, they say the wing, among the 3 wings, there's a wing really on the capacity building of the young people, of beneficiaries
to make sure they're trained on capacity, business planning, skills needed to manage the fund.
Puisque nous avons vu depuis ce matin que, en dehors des problèmes de terre, problèmes de formation, il y a également le problème de financement. Le guichet 3 s'attelle à ça à travers 3 volets.
As has been highlighted this morning, beyond the access to inputs such as land and the other inputs, there was an issue of really access to finance, so especially investment. So they would say the third wing is really make sure to really to invest.
Pour le premier volet, puisque les banques ne peuvent pas s'installer partout, il y a des systèmes financiers décentralisés et il y a le refinancement interbancaire qui sont organisés au niveau du CERF, système financier décentralisé.
They are kind of trying to find the devolved systems to make sure that really the funds trickles down to the beneficiaries.
Le second problème qui est réglé à travers ce guichet également, c'est le problème de garantie. Et souvent, pour avoir accès au crédit, on demande souvent aux jeunes, aux entrepreneurs de mettre des garanties. L'État prend le devant de ces garanties à hauteur de 50%.
Another big challenge is that really access to collateral by young people don't have a collateral. So the government has really put in place measures to de-risk youth business by making sure that they put up 50% of guarantee money, to de-risk youth business.
Et le troisième volet, c'est le taux d'intérêt qui est souvent pas facile pour le secteur agricole, surtout en ce début, de faire face. Et donc, le gouvernement a mis en place de bonification du taux d'intérêt pour ces entreprises qui sont dans le secteur agricole.
Another third component is the interest rate that the government is trying to subsidize them to make sure that really the private sector investors can access those the loans and money at really at affordable interest rates.
Alors en clair, si vous ne vous intéressez pas à la jeunesse aujourd'hui, au regard du système d'insécurité, tout ce que nous avons aujourd'hui, si c'est des bombes, il faut veiller à occuper les jeunes, à leur donner de l'emploi, sinon c'est une bombe à retardement. Je vous remercie.
Thank you so much. He ending by again sending a call for urgency to act, that really no one needs to be the youth which is idle, because idle youth is a threat to security and stability of our nations, so we have to act urgently. Thank you.
Thank you very much, Your Excellency, for those insights and also for the systematic work that Benin is implementing to unlock opportunities for young people. At this juncture, I'm going to invite some reactions from the room regarding what we've heard so far. I think a lot of countries are doing a lot of amazing things. However, there are certain key issues that we are still facing. The branding of agriculture is still a problem. The fragmentation of our agri-food system, I think, is still a problem. So I'm going to invite online Dr. Fredjin Martin, the Director of Agriculture and Agro-Industry at the African Development Bank, to just share very briefly what the bank is doing to unlock the agriculture opportunity for young people across the continent. Is it? Is that? Oh, the Zimbabwean representative. Mr. Okay, so I've just been informed that the representative from the Republic of Zimbabwe has joined us. So we'll invite him to introduce himself and share just a few highlights on what the government of Zimbabwe has done that has had impact to unlock opportunities for young people in the agri-food system. Over. Do we have our colleague from Zimbabwe? So if we don't have the colleague from Zimbabwe, perhaps we can get comments.
Haritatos, Deputy Minister of Lands, Agriculture and Fisheries and Water, right? From Zimbabwe. So he may be online or somebody from his office is online for him. I think that's what's coming up. Thank you. Oh, they dropped her. Okay, so maybe issue with the link then. All right, thank you. Then we can carry on.
Thank you very much. Do we have the representative from the African Development Bank online?
No, Martin is not online.
He's not online.
Yeah.
Okay. I think we'll go straight to Agra because I know my brother is right here. Pardon? Oh, okay. Right. Okay. So before we come to you, Dr. Bekele, perhaps we hear from Dr. Hopper Martin, Head of Division Food and Nutrition Security, Global Food Policy and Fisheries from the Federal Republic of Germany, BMZ. So Hopper, please, you can come in.
Honorable Ministers, can you hear me?
Yes.
Excellent.
We can.
So, Honorable Ministers, Commissioner Sacco, Excellencies, dear colleagues, it is a great pleasure and honor for me to be here with you today, and I've listened in the entire time, although I must say the acoustics is a little bit poor. It is for me, and I want to acknowledge Agnes Kalibata personally. We've met many times. Not only as the president of AGRA, but also as the former special envoy of the United Nations Food Systems Summit. Germany, my ministry, actually my very division, has been supporting the Malabo Montpellier Panel and Forum since 2016. So for a very long time. And why? Well, we don't like to waste money. We like to invest in future. And that's why, given today's title of the conference, it is my utmost privilege to be here, talking about creating opportunities, but also to really engage with youth when forming and transforming the agriculture and food systems. BMZ bilaterally, so Germany bilaterally has quite some programs that relate to youth employment. We have a bilateral portfolio in Burkina Faso, in Kenya, in Malawi, and Mozambique. But we're also in support of the IFAD program, which focuses on rural employment for youth, and that has packages in Algeria, Rwanda, Cote d'Ivoire, in Nigeria, Cameroon, Kenya, Madagascar, Malawi, and Mozambique. So truly, we're very engaged when it comes to working together with governments bilaterally and through international funds to support youth employment, giving youth opportunities in agriculture and food systems, because we heard so impressively, and I really want to thank the Minister of State for Fisheries from Uganda, Ms. Adoa, for her very heartening mentioning of how very concretely it is worth engaging with youth. We also have to keep this in mind when we shape global agenda. Let me very quickly just remind us of the work of the Committee on World Food Security, which in 2022 passed the policy recommendations on promoting youth engagement and employment in agriculture and food systems. And this is maybe one ask I would have, is for all states who have the capacity to please engage strongly in the work of the Committee on World Food Security. Ever so often we feel many countries are not speaking up, are not bringing in their voice, are not presenting youth enough. So I really believe, and we'll have a good opportunity this year, because the CFS will want to look at how to better implement their policy products. So let's engage especially the Committee on World Food Security. I mentioned Agnes Kalibata, a special role for the Food Systems Summit, the national pathways. I think it is mandatory. It is really very important that all countries should produce a national pathway for the transformation of agricultural food systems, to take the youth lens and bring it in when they design their national pathways. And lastly, we have very good opportunities working together on these aspects. One of these are these coalitions that have been formed in the course of the Food System Summit. One of these coalitions being the Zero Hunger Coalition. And I'm very proud and happy that Dr. Ibrahim Mayaki, so the African Union Special Envoy for Food Systems, now also agreed to be the chair of the Zero Hunger Coalition, which looks into the sectors that need to be, that need to see more investment. They do country deep dives and analyze food systems. Let's engage in these coalitions of the Food Systems Summit and make sure youth have their spot in them. With these very short remarks, I want to again congratulate you for coming together, having me here, and I'd be happy to continue listening to your deliberations. Back to you.
Thank you so much. Let's give him a round of applause. All right. So on that note, we will hear from Mrs. Janet Vinant, the Country Director for World Hunger Health, Uganda. I think it's good to get a perspective from BMZ level at that high level, but it would be good to hear from your own experiences right here in Uganda. Thanks.
Thank you very much, Madam Chair, and distinguished ladies and gentlemen, dignitaries, and all participants and all protocols observed. First of all, I would like to thank you very much for giving me an opportunity to represent World Hunger Hilfe here today. It is a really important event. For those of you who don't know World Hunger Hilfe, we are Germany's, one of Germany's largest private aid or international non-governmental organizations, set up in 1962. We work in 37 countries around the world currently, and 17 of those are in Africa. So everything that's discussed here is very, very relevant to our work. And I would like to share perhaps a little bit of the practical examples how World Hunger Hilfe, in collaboration with governments, but also national civil society, with academia, with youth-led organizations, with women-led organizations, works in also working on youth and women's empowerment. For instance, we have a Skills Up program with support and in collaboration of the Bauer charity in Germany that is operational in 18 countries, 11 of which are implemented again in African countries, also in Uganda. And when we're talking about impactful interventions, I think where this youth skilling component is really working in our examples is when it's a very comprehensive package. So we focus on the most marginalized young people. So the issues, the things that they study during a 6 or 9 month period have to be based on what is a need in the markets, what is their interest, so that we do not just make things up. And where we couple, one of the honorees mentioned gender-sensitive education is a very important component of this, the digital literacy, the youth recommendations from this report saying more interventions for digital interventions, and World Hunger Hilfe with partners. We have developed various different apps on agricultural extension. In Uganda at the moment, we've reached over 20,000 young people, so it's just a start. In Zimbabwe, over 100,000. So this links farmers to markets. It also gives them an opportunity to learn online different issues about different agricultural value chains, different courses that they could do. And it is also very practical. So in addition to those examples, we also develop soft skills because working with a lot of the vulnerable young people, there's a need to empower them in conflict resolution, client relations, and then also we use the indigenous knowledge, the nurturing of indigenous warning systems, for instance, and linking that to digital apps. So bringing all those different things together is what we do. We also have something called Green Colleges, which again is implemented in various countries around the world, and also here in Uganda, where we have 15 green colleges. And in all these skill programs in Uganda at the moment, we have about close to 90% success rate where young people, graduating from those programs are actually have found meaningful employment. So that's the other part of the package, that we follow up with young people, we train trainers, and we follow up to see how they're doing. And then it's particularly focusing on young women who may drop out because they get children early, or there's other domestic violence. So all these other components are very important to be addressed. Perhaps what I would like to, I would really like to commend the Malabo Montpellier Forum for issuing this report. And from a civil society organization, I would just like to mention that we stand hand in hand by the different governments. We work in support of what the government does. We don't work in isolation. These different partnerships. So from our side, we're very committed to continue working in partnership. And I would also like to appeal, one of the, I think, youth recommendations was to really nurture and find spaces where young people can meaningfully engage and facilitate and participate. And I think whether it's different examples we heard, how governments are taking on board young people, whether it's in academia, but also for NGOs, perhaps setting up youth boards, where we can actually link and get recommendations from young people themselves. There are not many young people represented here today, likewise for civil society. So I think that's a very positive thing, that when we can, we should nurture that. Then also another ask would be for all of us to work together on the financing of these interventions. For the governments to then allocate budgets to make sure that the recommendations from this policy report are taken on board and are put into action, so that it doesn't remain a report, but actually we continue on building all those.
Thank you so much, Janet.
Sure.
I appreciate your intervention.
One final small thing is on the sustainability of these programs. We're happy to share curricula that have been developed, because sometimes there's duplication, and it would be great to mainstream some of those curricula. So thank you very much.
Excellent point. Thank you so very much. Let's clap for her. Okay, so we're going to move to Dr. Yifru Bekele from AGRA. I would like to hear your perspectives on what you've heard so far, maybe very briefly, and then we go to Dr. Debisi Araba.
Thank you very much, Madam Director. I'm here presenting Dr. Agnes Kalibata. He is our president, not able to join us today. We've heard really an exciting discussions transpired, and quite important also case studies and experiences from different parts of the continent. I hope we will take those recommendations on the report also forward. Maybe from the discussion today, perhaps most importantly from AGRA perspective, AGRA launched its strategy 3.0 last year, and the center of the strategy is basically revolves around the youth and women participation in the agri-food system, particularly with the support of our partners. The emphasis where over 40–50% of the population lives cannot be undermined without really taking into account the importance of the youth in all aspects of the decisions. Now, AGRA has looked its strategy from in order to really drive its strategy. We have 4 major pillars that we focus: building state capability, policy and state capability, ensuring sustainable farming, seed system, market, trade, and finance. These are the key 4 pillars that we work at country, regional level, and continental level. So these are very much cascaded to bring impactful results on the ground. From the youth perspective, we've heard that there has been negative perceptions of the youth regarding agriculture. When I grew up in the college, I had the privilege to study agriculture. Not in the college, but in the high school. In my country, very recently, the Ministry of Education has introduced agriculture as one of the curriculum in high school. It's never been the case before. So where does the perception start? Where can we really have that positive kind of perception should start? It has to be at the high school level all the way through the journey. So this perception can only be addressed if we make it right from the beginning of the curriculum revisions. Now at AGRA, we have what you call a young generation program that primarily targets the youth. And in order to address those perception gaps, we have a youth award system where youth from age 18 to 35 are participating across the continent, bring innovative ideas. And the final winners will get about $50,000. So that kind of, creating competitive environment will inspire the youth to get more into that space. Most importantly, we have a program called KALA. We call it the Center for African Leaders in Agriculture. It's a program that focuses developing middle-level executives, both from the private sector and from the government. Because one of the challenges we've seen is the sustainability of leadership in the space of agriculture. So in order to minimize discontinuity of leadership, we need to build the capabilities of middle-level managers. So when the politicians or the minister goes, those middle-level managers can continue, investing in agriculture. The last button on the list is we need to build institutions, particularly the MSMEs. These are the institutions that get things done. We need to build organizations that can embrace the youth across the value chain, right from the research all the way through the market. And to that end, we need to also connect those MSMEs with anchor farms and agro processors, large firms, so that they can really create that market linkage, financing schemes, etc., in order to build the capacity of the youth. We believe value additions in the agribusiness can only generate jobs if we work across the value chain. Thank you, Madam.
Thank you very much. Thank you very much. Debisi, Dr. Debisi.
Thank you very much. So, of course, a lot has been said. My sincere thanks to the team that put the report together and my co-members of the Malabo Montpellier Panel. Just to provide additional context to why this is important. We have 72 million youth not in education, employment, or training. These are outside of formal systems, not able to access most of the opportunities that we're even discussing here today. Of the 1.5 billion people we have in Africa, about 40% of them are 15 years and below. So Africa is a very young continent. Of course, global average is 25%. Of the 382 million in workforce, a significant percentage, most of them, work in the agriculture and food sectors. The African Development Bank estimates that over somewhere between 10 to 12 million youth come into the labor market each year. Of those, just about 3.1 million get employment. We have a huge employment gap. We need to create somewhere in the region of 15 million jobs by 2025 to put ourselves in a position to close this gap. Now, as Professor Bashasha stated earlier, we have lots of plans, proposals, we lack implementation. We need to focus on agriculture as a business. I know it's been said by a few speakers today, but we need to reiterate this. And we need to take seriously this task of agriculture transformation, this public sector enabled, private sector led process. Now, why do we need to do this? Because governments don't create jobs, entrepreneurs do. Governments should see themselves as the enablers of entrepreneurship, which is why we have listed these 4 case studies for other governments to understand what their peers are doing in context so that they can learn the lessons to create this shared race to the top. We need to stimulate private investment. And so I reiterate the support for innovation, in blended finance mechanisms, as has been stated earlier. We welcome the African Development Bank's launch of the Youth Entrepreneurship Investment Banks that is moving in this direction. Agriculture and food in Africa is projected to be worth $1 trillion by the year 2030. Currently, globally, the agriculture and food sector contributes 10% of global GDP. So somewhere north of $12 trillion. To tell you that there is value in investing in agriculture and food. There's also value in investing in youth entrepreneurship in agriculture transformation. Finally, countries should invest in the platforms for entrepreneurs to network and learn from each other. My dear brother from Agra has mentioned the Kala program. We have a few others like it, like the Africa Food Fellowship, that also works to connect entrepreneurs in the public and private sector to learn from each other from across the continent. In conclusion, I would like to encourage governments to focus on iterating, reflecting, and staying focused on achieving these ambitious results, because it is possible. Thank you very much.
Wow. On that strong note, I just want to thank the speakers. I want to thank the guests we invited to respond to this very important subject. For me, the quality of the debate that we've had this afternoon almost suggests that perhaps this is one of the most important reports we've produced as the Malabo Montpellier Panel. I think there's a great sense of need, there's a great sense of agency, and there's a great sense of focus. From the report that has been launched, it's very clear that most of the countries, all of the countries that were studied, have taken some actions to create opportunities for young people across the continent. It means we've taken this issue or the opportunity seriously. However, if we are going to win the race to the top, as Dr. Debisi has outlined, there are certain things we need to do in a different way from how we've done things before. A doctor on my right told us about the fact that we need to be intentional. So systematic, I think, is the first S that we need to look at. Secondly, we need to look at speed. We don't have time. We don't really have time for us to defer the investments that are needed. Secondly, there's the issue of scale, okay? How do we make sure that we're able to scale up the investments that are having an impact and maybe do less of the things that are not having so much of a difference? I think there's a lot of work to be done to make sure that we can create this ecosystem of success for young people in the agri-food systems across our countries. There's work to be done in terms of making sure there's alignment, okay, and capacity at the state level, at the level of young people, at the level of private sector, and also at the level of training institutions. I think time and time again, we go to conferences where we say the education system is mismatched with market needs or industry requirements. When are we going to start doing something about it, Honorable Minister? Why don't we bite the bull by its horns and throw away the curriculum that is not needed and ask the people in industry what sort of young people they can employ, yeah? What sort of young people they can give business to in their value chains. It may be a big investment at the beginning, but perhaps that's the direction that we need to go. The other important point that Dr. Almarai did mention is, how do we make policy that is actually around opportunities, not just making policies in general, okay? I'll give you an example. We have a neighbor, DRC in Zambia, that has a huge market, and everyone talks about the huge DRC market, the huge DRC market for food, but there has never really been a systematic way of making sure that that market, okay, converts into clear enterprise opportunities for young people, either in the DRC or in Zambia, as an example. I think the same could be argued about Nigeria. It's one of the biggest markets we have on the continent. How are we moving to create these ecosystems of success within the agri-food system. So I want to thank all of you for being attentive, and I'm really looking forward to us doing more in this regard. And maybe an appeal to our two co-chairs that, maybe in future we want to go on site and visit some of these initiatives that are transforming, so that when we go back home, we can have that as a good reference point. So at this point, I'm going to hand it back to our moderator for the day. Madam, over to you.
Thank you very much, Ms. Kombo, and thank you to all our senior level speakers from several African countries. Thank you for sharing your experiences in empowering youth in Africa's agri-food systems, and thank you equally to the experts who provided reactions to the conversation and to the report. So we are nearing the end of today's session, and it's time for to hear from a few of our stakeholders here for a vote of thanks. So we have roughly 4 minutes between the three speakers, so I'm very sure that we'll manage our time well. First up, I would like to invite Engineer Dr. Dorothy Okello, member of the Malabo Montpellier Panel and Dean of the School of Engineering at Makerere University, for her vote of thanks. Over to you.
Thank you very much, our MC. And oh, okay. Is that better now? Yeah, I think it's better. Yeah, thank you very much, MC, and thank you very much to all of us. I'm very sure we could keep this going, but time is always a constraint. And so I'd like to first say that the report and all the discussions that we have held in this forum have shown what African countries have successfully done to empower youth in agri-food systems through institutional and policy innovations and programmatic interventions. And we have also heard from the India experience as well. And so I would like to say thank you to all of us, in the sense that I believe the shared knowledge that we have gained through this interaction will foster youth participation in agri-food systems, and more so since we have some direct youth participation in the room here with us. Also, I would like, on behalf of the Malabo Montpellier Panel, I'd like to thank the in-person and online participants for honoring our invitation to this forum. And in a special way, I would really like to thank our Minister, Honorable Helen Addoa, not only for coming in your official capacity as a Minister of State for Fisheries, but also sharing with us from your personal testimonies so that we could make this all come alive. I'd also like to recognize our co-chairs for the forum. We appreciate your guidance and your direct engagement in these forums, and our co-chairs of the panel itself for this opportunity to share and learn from each other. I'd also want to thank the Academia 2063 research and organizing teams. We have appreciated the opportunity to be host as Uganda, so we as the panel members here, Honorable Excellency Rhoda Tumsima and myself, got a taste of the behind the scenes that happens when these events are putting together. So we look forward to the next event soon in Uganda, because it was a great experience, but we could appreciate really the work of the research and organizing teams in getting us to this point where we are launching the 13th report of the panel. I'd also like to thank the hotel for all the services that we've had here and the security that we have had present with us. I think we've had a pleasant experience here, and I hope for the ones that are actually resident here, you even have more of an experience to share from here. So we do thank the hotel for the Ugandan hospitality that they have displayed. And keeping in that line, I would like to wish everyone a wonderful stay in Kampala. For those of you who have at least 24 hours in our country, there are very beautiful places that you can see beyond Kampala. And so I would like to encourage you to explore further and at least take some pointers that the next time you're in Uganda, you will add an extra day or two to your itinerary so you can see our beautiful countries. And that said, I hope to meet again, God willing, at the next Malabo Montpellier Forum that will be later this year. Thank you all, and I appreciate your attention.
Thank you very much, Dr. Okello. I will now invite Malabo Montpellier Forum co-chair, His Excellency Haile Mariam Desalegn, for his vote of thanks.
Thank you, our moderator, Dr. Butake. Let me begin by thanking you for the excellent moderation. I would also like to thank our chair, the State Minister, and all the panel moderators for very smooth steering of the deliberations and discussions. Today, I think we have heard about all excellent work being done to empower Africa's youth in agri-food systems. We have heard about all opportunities available for our youth across the value chain. But youth, therefore, can tap into these opportunities. But as we said, and as Professor Bashasha also said, implementation of the good policies and innovations is paramount important, and we have to follow through this process. And also efforts to support young people, startups need to be accelerated, as many fail because mainly due to lack of enabling environments or necessary skills. So innovative strategies to increase access to resources and skills, as we have seen, is very important for our young agripreneurs, have also been highlighted in the panel's report and discussed in this forum. So an example of innovative investment strategies to finance technical and vocational training that includes Zambia's Skill Levy Fund, which we can emulate, and establishing youth-targeted financial services and institutions like Zimbabwe's Empower Bank, which provides youth-friendly loans to young entrepreneurs, is critical. We also need to increase the environment for young people in science, technology, engineering, and mathematics by developing and implementing policies like the science education policy in Uganda, which is a very good example, which made science subjects compulsory at the lower secondary level, and also some examples like agriculture in high schools. Young people need to be supported by the government in creating jobs and taking on decent job opportunities in the agri-food sector, as seen with the Youth Empowerment Agency in Ghana, of course, a Ministry of Jobs and Skills in Ethiopia as well. I call upon all African countries to adopt and scale up these innovations by adapting them to our different contexts. I would like to thank our host, the usual Ugandan generosity and hospitality, the government and people of Uganda. And thank you all for sparing your time to come and share your knowledge with us in today's forum. Thank you all, those of who are involved in organizing and putting all the necessary facilities on our disposal. And I join Dr. Engineer, the Dean of the Faculty of Engineering for this, and very recently established hotel, which is very good and new for our services. Thank you so much.
Thank you, Your Excellency. And now I would like to invite Malabo Montpellier Forum co-chair, Ambassador Asia Ben Salah Alawi, for her vote of thanks. So the technical team, Madam Ambassador, can you hear me?
My phone, you don't want to hear me. Are you hearing me
Now
now?
you're back. Now we
I'm
can
back,
hear you.
but I don't know what happens with it because I don't touch it. Anyway, I'm convinced that this report will represent a real milestone which can motivate and mobilize African countries to put our youth at the center of agri-food systems transformation, boosting thus their contribution to achieve such an aim and beyond concrete progress at large of our continent. Yes, together we can, but I must confess that I am really frustrated to see so much efforts deployed across the continent, across the sectors, and across the people as well on the ground, and the very modest results we are getting. So we can together. But a great but, if only we can make sure that the urgent implementation, at least of what has been already achieved, and especially such valuable results and lessons like the ones of today, is really taking place. So I think it is the real price we have to pay, because what is at stake is the real transformation of our continent that we are all yearning for. But unless we take concrete steps to implement them and keep on the dynamics of innovation, we will never attain this aim. So thank you again to the organizers, to our host, Uganda. Unfortunately, I was really excited to discover, but I was prevented from doing so. Thank you to all organizers and to all the participants for their inspiring comments.
Thank you so much, Madam Ambassador. We appreciate your remarks. And now we've come to the final parts of this forum. It is my honor to welcome for the concluding remarks, Professor Joachim von Braun, Distinguished Professor at the Center for Development Research, University of Bonn, and co-chair of the Malabo Montpellier Panel.
Butaka, let's give her a big applause. You managed us exquisitely through the day. That we are here took 3 steps. First, the Malabo Montpellier Panel is not only writing reports and holding forums. In this case, we organized a youth forum where we were listening and not speaking. We were listening to youth organizations who organized the youth forum. Only then we wrote the report, and step 3, the forum here, and step 4 needs to be the implementation action. I want to highlight 4 or 5 brief points. Number 1, we have a short-term agenda. The youth need good nutrition, education, and jobs now. They need peace and security, trust, fulfillment of their aspirations, and they want fun. We haven't talked about fun enough. We need to respect that short-term agenda with a sense of urgency. Secondly, there is a long-term agenda. The African youth we listened to in the Youth Forum will live into the 22nd century. Many of them, most of them, in their 70s, 80s, 90s, will see the next century. And they think about that. We held a youth forum under the title Bread and Brain in the Vatican Academy of Science with teenagers. They wrote a statement. The first sentence of their statement a few years ago was, "We have the right to know. We have the right to know about the future of Mother Earth, of climate, of biodiversity, of livability of our planet." So the youth care about the future. And we need to facilitate that this spirit of caring becomes and is maintained feasibility. Third, we have all concluded that the skills need to be useful. They have to be useful for Africa, the African context, the African rural context, the African food systems, and not just general skills, skills for entrepreneurship. Fourth, we have agreed that education is central. Education with a link to the science system. We had a powerful underlining of the role of science to shape the future of Africa, of rural Africa, and of the food systems. Innovation has to be problem-solving science. I happen to believe that the next Einstein, she is probably already born, will be in Africa, will be an African woman. Science changing the life of Africans. The AIMS program focuses on the next Einsteins, and that needs further support. So AI, robotics, understanding the atmosphere around us and the livelihoods and the innovations for technology need to have this link to the science system. And we should note that the African research universities have become very strong. The agricultural economics program of Africa, the master's program, is measuring up to most econ faculties around the world. So education and science. Lastly, what do we mean by empowering youth? Empowering youth means listening to and facilitating the institutions that articulate the voices of youth. Youth need to be not only permitted but encouraged and financed to self-organize in order to facilitate their empowerment. And there a particular focus needs to be on rural girls, their health, nutrition, education, and their rights, because they will be a strong force for moving us forward. Let me, in closing, thank those who have just thanked you, those with whom I'm sharing the table here. The two co-chairs, Ambassador Alawi, Professor Alawi, if I'm hastened to say, thank you. We heard you clearly with a few interruptions, but your messages were loud and clear and very, very encouraging. Prime Minister Haile Mariam, thank you for your leadership together with Professor Alawi in the forums. You are inspirations. And I want to pay my respect to you, Excellency Roda, and Excellency Minister Adoa. We listened to your childhood experience and youth experience, Minister, State Minister. That is most encouraging. Dear Roda, I shared your biography with many of my friends and family. Those of you in the audience who haven't seen Excellency Roda's biography, I suggest you not only read it, but share it with your children and grandchildren, because it is most inspiring to see how you ladies moved from where you were into where you are. And these role models, I think, are important for youth in Africa and beyond. Thank you all very much.
So can we give ourselves a round of applause for the launch of the 13th Malabo Montpellier Panel report? Thank you, dear stakeholders, distinguished guests, for all your contributions, and we are delighted to have come to the end of this event. A very warm thank you to those who are joining us online. I think we need to clap for them. We have been following the chat, and indeed the youth are very much engaged, and so we are reading all your recommendations and comments in the chat. I beg all of you, do not sleep on this report. The link has been shared on Zoom online. You can go to mamopanel.org to download the report. And for those of us in the room, if you check the folder on your table, you'll see this catalog. If you open the first page, you will find a QR code. Just use your phone, scan it, and it will take you to the website where the report is published, so you can read it on your spare time. Please share it with your networks, and we hope that all of us are going to learn from this report and take the necessary actions to implement the recommendations from the Malabo Montpellier panel. We are now going to move outside to take a group picture. I would like to invite my colleagues from the technical team to help us take the backdrop outside so that we can convene in about 5 minutes and take a group picture, and then we'll head out for lunch. Thank you so much. Thank you, everyone, and safe travels back to your various destinations. Thank you.
Thank you.